In 1959, Manly P. Hall gave a rare and infamous lecture solely on a book called Edidorpa, a book that reads as a fiction, because going under that category was the only way these types could get published and see the light of day. Confidently written in is a conversation between a pale and surprisingly wet amphibious humanoid and a character we will later come to know. The persistent phantom asks him, "Can you not see that food is not matter? The material part of bread is carbon, water, gas, and earth. Give a man a diet of these things and say to him, bread contains no other substance. Here is the material food of man. Live on it. But if the man eats these, he'll die with his stomach distended. Thus, matter is not food, but a carrier of food called sunshine. The grain of wheat is a food by virtue of the sunshine fixed within it. The flesh of animals are simply carriers of sunshine energy. Break out the sunshine and you destroy the food, although the material remains. The growing plant locks the sunshine in its cells, and the living animal takes it out. It is after the sunshine is liberated during the metamorphosis of the tissues of an animal that it becomes food. The material part remains and becomes a poison that, if not properly eliminated from the animal, will of course destroy the life from within." Our brassly educated phantom goes on to explain that the ancient peoples, who we find to be barbaric for venerating the sun as a so-called god, knew this about food quite well. And if we look at their impossible architecture and ways of agriculture, it seems that they were just much closer to source. In this case, literally. Edidorpa, despite being apocryphal, quickly spread under the table throughout the scientific community, causing dozens of known authoritative figures of science to write letters urging the author to detail how he had knowledge of particular certainties of physics that at the time, and probably still today, were far too abstract for a common person's understanding, let alone be presented so accurately with all work shown. In response, the author stuck to his word that the codex was simply dictated to him by a mysterious fellow with a beautiful five-head, a fellow that oddly just carried the name The Man Who Did It, and his story holds water to this day despite being unbelievable. With its expositions of scientific anomalies, this truly cryptic text also doubles as a historical manuscript, showcasing a knowledge of alchemy widely unknown at the time. So before the only named Man Who Did It gave dictations of his account of a journey within an unreal yet impossibly real subterranean reality, he quickly briefed the listening writer on the alchemist's letter. To the adept who dares Zoroaster's cave to discover the philosopher's intellectual echoes, by means of which they communicated to one another from their caves. I say, be warned, many of them lived for the good of the world only, toiling over their crucibles, uttering no voice outwardly. They would study the earthly bodies and its dance with the celestial. The objective was to find the stone. Roger Bacon told us of facts concerning the sciences that scientific men could not fully comprehend. He believed the philosopher's stone to be the secret of indefinite prolongation, and that futures could be predicted by means of a mirror. Worth noting here is that Bacon actually conceptualized the vehicle independent of horses, declaring that the ancients had done this and the art might be revived. The Man Who Did It went on speaking. Read the story backward. See that in alchemy we behold the beginning of all sciences, for it is the cradle, and as the progeny of mystics, the infant sciences struggled through the dark ages in care of the once persecuted and now traduced alchemist that spawned a legacy still alight today. They could not live to see the future they had eagerly hoped for, but they started a future for mankind that will far exceed in sweetness and in light. They spoke of a red elixir that the barbarous world about them helped shed. The blood that shed was of purity, the blood of saints, the blood of a savior, and they dreamt of a white elixir that is yet to bless mankind and bring a period of divine peaceful light. They told both jeweler and thief that even pure gold paled in comparison to the refinement of subtle spirit. There is a richer field awaiting men who can interpret the tablet. This Kabbalistic wisdom is not recorded in books or in manuscripts, but has been purposefully preserved in the unreadable minds of uncrackable men. Learn of their secrets and cast their treasures only before those who can see them. A pause reverberates as the writer's guest of such bountiful forehead real estate ceases to speak. He stroked his pale white beard and, after casting an inquiring glance onto the author, he asked, "Shall I read on?" "Yes," said the author, and the man who did it proceeded to deliver his confession. When we hear the words of brilliant men who walk to the beat of their own self-made authority, one can practically see the ears of a room perk up to catch what it can. Hyper-capable, they demonstrate their philosophies like a mathematician shows his work, by means of simply radiating authentic Gnosis from their core. There is no need to wear a badge to lay riz on the quantifiability of the results, because in the case of alchemy, they are the results. So when we read the words of such a man like Roger Bacon, insisting that the future can be predicted with a mirror, we know that the ink and paper sentences won't be bringing us closer to any kind of inner light on its own, making us like the dog that stares at his master's finger in lieu of following its path to the ball that has been thrown just beyond our conceptual gaze. It is up to us to catch the hint. The alchemists knew this just as well as we know that a mirror is not literally a future predicting divination tool. But if we follow the so-called open way that the finger is pointing to, we might see that the mirror not only reflects the present observer, but simultaneously shows us the quantum potential outcomes of our entire universe. Not just the fate of the alchemist peering into it, but the destiny of the first alchemists to ever transmute primal material into gold. Titanic entities currently attempting to tell us the secrets of their craft. Alchemists that we call sons. About 500 years BC, philosophers like Democritus and Zeno attempted to explain quantum behavior without scientific terms by saying a watched atom can never decay. Metaphors teaching this are still used to simplify the subject today. Metaphors like you can never step in the same river twice and a watched pot never boils. But let's not believe anything that those guys say until we see what university that they got their degrees from. Spoiler alert, probably the School of Trippin' Balls. When trying to wrap his mind around the double-slit experiment and entanglement, Stephen Hawking, a renowned atheist, came to the startling revelation that if these photons know what's going on in the room of the laboratory, then, oh my God, they must also know of the entire universe. Because that's just how entanglement works, and clears up quite a bit about how the ancient Zen masters so well understood the intricate order of reality, and how the long-forgotten builders of ancient megaliths understood impossible details about stars. But pyramids aren't the only thing these ancient people of the higher yugas had in common. They venerated the sun as a living being, personifications like Ra and Horus, Shemesh, Helios, an Aztec one that I won't try to pronounce, Sol, Arena, and debatably the famous Mithras that came super close to being the world's most prominent religious character before before Christ showed up and went all Highlander on the world. There are so many personifications of the sun in ancient cultures that it is no wonder why the term light is so heavily used in the esoteric world. It is used very loosely. Love is light. We are starseeds. Man is a creature of light, a human, so to speak, etc. But what does this all mean? Well, just like your parents' divorce had a mediator between your alcoholic dad and your obviously always innocent mom, ancient people had scribes between this gross physical realm and the subtle causal realm, hyperbolically said to be the above. And one of the scribes was Jehuti, later changed to Thoth, pronounced Tot if you're feeling kind of arrogant, and then later was adopted as Hermes. But what are we told by these scribes that the above worlds have to tell us? Well, a lot of it has to do with suns, and not just our own. It is said simply that we are that. And we have to remember that the original bars Hermes T was spitting wasn't the now famous "that which is above is like that which is below." It reads something far more staggering. That which is below is from that which is above. That much is kind of obvious, considering that we are made of star stuff and the Fibonacci sequence is our blueprint too. But then it reads the second part. That which is above is from that which is below. And let's just stop right there. Is Trisman really telling us that we give birth to the causal realms as much as it gives birth to us? How can that be? After all, I thought everything was cause and effect according to his same 7 laws, the Hermetic principles. Does this indicate that an observer is both the cause and effect of reality? Let's keep this in mind for later. Let's remember what Democritus, whose name I'll pronounce however I want, Zeno, and Stephen Atheist Hawking, and the double slit experiment has shown us, that no matter how large the cosmos is, it doesn't exist as tangible to modern science until it is experienced, or as Zeno would say, seen. All of a sudden, you might feel very important, as well you should, because the entire universe is only as good a thing as you are a person. Don't let the universe down, Sean. Eyeballs can see because of photons, and it is the most important thing to our being able to perceive the world. Yet they are long from being understood. Like, where do they come from? Were they ever even born? You know, molecules come from atoms. Atoms come from particles, i.e. protons and neutrons, and those come from these electrons. But the buck stops here. Where did those birth from? I mean, we can barely understand how plasma gives birth to itself without a mother, but electrons, they just existed already. They don't need baby food and never needed a womb. Yet, according to Edidorpa, it is the very thing we consume as food for us to exist. Astonishingly, they need us to exist as well. And their food is our sentience, that is, our awareness of them. There has to be a living vessel for this messenger angle or angel of light to have a purpose. As Zeno, again with another zinger, said, light never enters a cavity. The more we think about what suns are, the weirder and weirder the concept becomes. Gazing at the stars could have a person enthralled in speculation for an entire night, as Gianardo Bruno found out when he was on a rooftop, on drugs, and on to the possibly greatest realization that any man has ever had, that the stars were suns, hosting entire worlds of their own. Before this, I assumed that people thought the stars were air holes poked through the lid of our jar that we're in, because we're bugs. Then, of course, he went on to realize another fact, that if you talk too much about your trip report, the authorities are fitting to fetch you up. But suns are indeed very trippy. Think about what is supposedly happening here. If a substance is met with unimaginable heat and an unfathomable amount of pressure, it stops entertaining the laws of physics and becomes no longer that substance at all. Not to be confused with a change, by the way. It is now completely and permanently a different thing altogether. Literally the difference between lead and gold. Thus, a transmutation of matter takes place. If we refer to our go-to and widely misunderstood axiom, as above, so below, and attempt to understand it enough to apply its invaluable worth, we should be greatly inspired to know that if suns can do it, so can we. Enter spiritual alchemy, the cornerstone of the Hermetic teachings.
The alchemical transmutation process requires 7 major steps. This is psychology for the soul. Toph left us instructions in the emerald tablets of how to transmute lead into gold, or lower, shittier you into higher consciousness, more open awareness. Lead is you when you begin with just no home training, and then you work your way through the steps up to gold, which is, enlightened you. Calcination, which is the lightning struck tower, is your first step. It's fire trial. It sucks. It's that divorce that breaks you, or whatever shoves you into dark night of the soul. That's calcination. You can thank yourself for that. Dissolution comes after that. That's the water trial. Feel everything. Get in touch with your emotions. Gain some emotional intelligence. Separation is the 3rd step in the alchemical transmutation process. This is just where you cut out the fat, the shit that doesn't serve you anymore. And then conjunction is when you put your life back together without the pieces that you just got rid of in separation. It sucks a lot, and you don't really know when you're in and out of it, but it's important. Fermentation is next. After conjunction, you have to ferment. So, see the world with your new eyes and your new sense of wonder and your new consciousness level. And then distillation is when you refine your knowledge, and it's like consilience of knowledge, where you just put together the pieces of the puzzle from all over the world, and it all starts to make sense. And then coagulation is the last step, and that's when you become something transcendent from where you began, a whole nother octave. And that's Alchemical Transmutation by the Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean.
Man does not and will not believe in what is outside of his own imagination. You've seen it before on 100 faces of utter persona and in twice as many fluoridated eyes. Basically, if we can't imagine something, we disregard it. To this logic, if a bug can't comprehend the concept of a toaster, then those two are not real. We have had this discussion before concerning chakras. It is correct that they are the center of that gut intuition of our Manipura chakra, the urge to talk trash coming from your Vishuddha chakra, and the ideas received by our Sahasrara chakra, my apologies for the pronunciation, or the feeling that you got in your sacral chakra the first time that you saw Jessica Alba scuba diving into the blue and had your mom mark the wall where you grew 3 inches that day. These chakras are something we experience and thus are real, despite not being able to go in and surgically find one any more than we can surgically find a dream. A dream where you are scuba diving with Jessica Alba and have to rush to shore because you got stung on the face by a jellyfish. Does everyone get it? Who's gonna get it? Okay, moving on. A chakra we didn't mention is called the Anahata by our Eastern ancestress siblings. It is your heart center, right where the heart is. And a side note, Mandela effect alert, your heart is no longer on the left, it's in the middle now, and apparently always has been. Just Google it, I don't know. The symbol of the heart center is emerald green, but why green? Well, nothing passed down to us from our ancients of the higher Yuga was an accident. Like the geometry of the Great Pyramid, these colors have a story to tell. We've been chatting about photons, so let's roll with light for now. On the visible light spectrum of colors, we have green, dead center, because any which way you turn the tables, green is in the middle. It so happens that our heart marks the center of our physical bodies, or if we revisit Egyptian cosmology, Nuit and the Duat, the above and below worlds, what the Western world came to call heaven and hell. We are that green center of light, and depending on how we alchemize that light, we can move up or down among these worlds. If our alchemy is like that of the sun, we might also completely and permanently change the substance of our own light and roam freely throughout the above and below realms according to our will. Because when the light is gold, so to speak, you can be trusted to trespass in regions where so-called lead is too heavy to go. This motion is exactly what Thoth Hermes Jehuti was known for. But through his many travels, he brought us messages from these unseen realms, as a master scribesman is meant to do. And when he brought his wisdom to our middle world of green, it was literally written on the very same color, the emerald tablets. Tablets that were said to be imperishable and unbreakable. But wait a second, emerald is stone. That's a tangible thing we can hold, whereas the color green and its corresponding chakra is not. Knowing that the ancients described concepts through parable, this would indicate that emerald, like any stone, was meant to represent permanence, something that lasts ages of turmoil, like the great megaliths, but also us. In other words, the emerald tablets can't be held in your hand, but we are certainly holding them close because we are the carriers of the tablets ourselves. Just by existing and being alive to have an experience, any experience, we are unavoidably making constant communion with the emerald tablet, our heart. The same human hearts that are subject to electromagnetic frequencies from the sun. The same hearts that need to eat the sun for green nourishment. And the same hearts that can't feel happy without being bathed in the radiance of the being that our ancients revered, the loyal and local sun. And if the sun has this much effect on us, its children, considering entanglement, imagine the weight of all the stars in the zodiacal sky. What is it about tri and binary star systems, by the way? If you've been keeping up with the show, it's obvious that all these subjects are just as entangled as we are with the suns. And look what keeps popping up when it comes to stars in science and myth. We have seen that the Dogon peoples have for thousands of years impossibly known that Sirius was a binary star system. Like the Egyptians that begot them, the Dogons say that the Sirius system is the other side, a perfect world of fluid where the human soul goes after death. And we saw just a fortnight ago that Cygnus is a binary star system that every so often showers the Earth in electromagnetic radiance, affecting Earth's frequency and introducing real genomic change to its living creatures, especially when the planet is at the peak of its Yuga cycle. And of course, a while back, we also talked about Robert Temple's proposition to his readers to consider the existence of what he called the Anubis cell, a term that he coined to describe the very real possibility of our own sun also being a binary star system with a twin of its own. And he wasn't referring to Sitchin's Nibiru, by the way. And he made that perfectly clear. The Kordylewski clouds, although not stars, are also huge and binary. So to reel it in, what all of these have in common is clear. The possibility of sentient life in one way or another. Sirius is said to have aquatic alien life, the Nomos. Cygnus pumps out DNA upgrades on the reg. Our system obviously supports both, and the Cordy clouds are at this point almost certainly aware of us, as shown by Temple. So what is it about binary things that just scream life? Oh, hell, even the new pictorials of electrons shown to be alive and aware in thousands of lab studies are over here looking like a damn yin and yang. Or yin and yang if you feel fancy today, you weirdo. So rolling with that notion, can we bring binaries of all sorts into one singular alchemical stone? Well, I say let's honor Grandpa CJ by pondering what happens when we unify these opposites. He is quoted as saying, "If a union takes place between opposites like spirit and matter, conscious and unconscious, light and dark, it will happen in a third thing, which represents not a compromise, but something new," unquote. But again, let's keep that nugget in mind for when we light up the ending of this video coming up. We have been led to believe that our ancients thought that the sun demanded worship and venerated the star from a place of fear. Despite what we learned in Plasma Apocalypse, I just feel like this isn't the case. The sun, by all means, earns our venerable respect. It gives constantly without expecting anything in return. Well, maybe the occasional virgin sacrifice if you want good crops. But hey, our buddy JC came through and, cleared all that up. The sun is an independent creature. The earth needs it. Everything on Earth needs it. Giant titans like Saturn need the sun to exist. Even the light of the moon, as metaphored in alchemical lore, is just a reflection of sunlight. So we all need it dearly, yet it's fine on its own. And yet still, it gives fruit without keeping score. In this way, as conceptualized by Uncle Carl, our local star is a perfect fit for emulation. We can adopt and embrace its ways into our own character, making it no surprise that there is another sun, S-O-N, as mentioned above, that is also worthy of emulation. This sun was a Nazarene, and whether or not you believe he literally walked the earth with us and took up our slack by way of sacrifice, or you believe that he is a notion gathered up by parallel teachers in combination with the sun's geometry, is entirely up to you. You get to pick. Either way we see it, we can still read his story and learn about ourselves. This is how mythology works. It is what makes mythology both metaphorical and literal. And if it's both at once, then we get to stop fighting over who is right, because it's probably nobody. And on that note about choosing sides, there is something that needs to be addressed. In the esoteric community, I have seen a lot of heinous fighting over the shape of the earth. This is a very bad omen, and I'll explain why. First off, we are on the same side. Our side, obviously, being that we both know that we have been lied to. And the mainstream narratives of everything are false, and possibly not by accident, but set up that way against us, the general public. So why then, on Earth, do I see round people looking down on the flats? Why do I see the flats being so rude and sometimes verbally violent to the round people? I'll be frank. If you dismiss, bash, or discriminate anyone on the other side of your argument, that makes you exactly the same as the rock star scientists who are picking on abductees, the same as orthodox religious churchgoers who say that you're going to hell if you don't think exactly like they do, which is impossible. And thus, the divide and conquer facade continues to work on us. So I'm asking, please, next time you see a comment or a video that is helping newcomers to the esoteric, as we are indeed bereft of company here, please don't scare them away with verbal attacks about the shape. Let's walk together knowing that we have been misled. We need each other to seek greater truths. All right? Okay. Side note, rant over. If our goal here on the green of Earth is to turn lead into gold, thus emulating the physically literal alchemical transmutations performed by the sun, where do we even start? Well, if you ask me, and this is my channel, then I would like to once again tie modern science to mythology to get the full scope before acting. Mythology often compares suns, S-U-N, to the sun, as in savior figures or great sages. These figures are often seen as a particular process in the body known as Kundalini. We have also seen that multitudes of world myths speak of a heavily populated inner earth that has a great central sun within it. In fact, that is the very key theme to our book Edidorpa. Whether or not these are literal statements or allegory, again, we can put to the side as details that distract us from our goal. So when we read about a sun, S-O-N, being a man inhabited by God, and strange lore about a subterranean central S-U-N sun, we should be asking the question, do we, as below, also have a great central sun within us? Because a central sun might be the key in guiding us while here on the green level, or earth plane, if you must, and hear me say without hitting the comments like a wrecking ball. If there is a central sun within man, surely it has been mentioned as important by all ancient traditions and swiftly cast aside by modern society. Well, this is where science steps in to fill in the gaps. Here's a little riddle for you. What does the Vatican have in common with the ancient alchemists that they persecuted? And what does science have in common with an endless list of occult philosophers? What do all cultures on Earth timelessly agree on? Well, the answer is the importance of the pineal gland in the center of your head. Your pineal gland can see in both directions, within and without. The photoreceptor built in can see the radiant energy gifted from the sun and feeds on it. When it eats the sun, it passes the goods onto you in the form of serotonin and cortisol, the good cortisol. When it stops eating the sun, it gives us melatonin, the same stuff you give your 7-year-old when trying to get the guy that you brought home from the Dimmu Borgir concert to watch Netflix with you. I talk shit, but I eat like 5 melatonin before bed sometimes. Reptiles today, like very, very ancient primordial man, once upon a time, have an actual optic lens, an eye, quite literally. It is also tethered to what is called a parietal eye that stems up from the pea gland to the top of the reptile's crown. It can see changes in the environment that an average eye cannot. This is interesting because that makes at least 2 ways that eyes are a face for sentience. Let's think about that. The all-seeing eye petroglyph was one of the earliest and most abundant. If we look at art by Alex Gray. We see that there are eyes on many surfaces of things that are alive but disembodied. When we make blast off with the help of DMT, the beings are often only eyes clumped together or dancing around and eyeballing you up and down. It gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. Why do these etheric beings appear to us as eyes? I think the reason for this is simple. The eye, as understood by human beings, is the perfect way for a formless or disembodied being to illustrate to a physical human person that it is conscious and aware. So they appear to us as eyes. If they were to show up as an ear or even a living brain, we would only see body parts and not make the connection that this entity is alive and communicating with us. So they choose the eye symbol to let us know. And make no mistake, it is a symbol that they are using. You'll notice that it's never the full eyeball that they appear to us as, but instead the vesica piscis shape that we are familiar with, thus a living symbol and not a body part or a physical attribute of the creature attempting to say hello. Merely speculation, could be, but the sun and the pineal gland are entangled in a dance, making it that much more interesting that certain acoustic vibrations, holistic breathing patterns, yogi practices, and various other activities cause the pineal gland to release DMT into the bloodstream, creating a shortcut to the other side. Because the pineal eye function also sees inwardly, thus outwardly. If that makes sense. If you know, you know. Just one of the activities that helps regulate all of the above pineal functions is sun gazing. Humans have always loved sunsets when we get a chance to sit and eat the sun with our eyeballs directly. Of course, a disclaimer, at an indirect angle, okay? We don't need Sean getting me in trouble. Blind ass. Basically, your pineal likes the sun as much as your dog likes peanut butter, but too much is no bueno. The sun seems to also reduce the inevitable enemy of your pineal, calcification. It is no pseudo theory that the pineal gland will develop what are called calcium spots that weaken its ability to do what it does. And unfortunately, the number one cause of pineal calcification is aging. And it's no wonder that children are so much closer to source and have such vivid imaginations, and then grow up to be grumpy 9-to-5ers that attempt to start YouTube channels. The whole rest of the brain is protected from calcium by the blood-brain barrier. But ironically, considering its location at the center, the pineal gland is protected by cerebrospinal fluid, a liquid that is delicate enough to safely handle the little pine guy. But this cerebrospinal fluid is affected by the content that we put in our body, thus is subject to poisonous neurotoxins like aluminum and fluoride, both of which are neurotoxins, and that's no conspiracy. So man, it's a good thing that both of those are so rare to us, right? You know, they don't occur to us in abundant amounts naturally. The sun and earth wouldn't set us up like that, thank God. The only way we would even be able to get a quantifiably suspicious amount of those substances into our systems is if we were to, spray it directly onto ourselves in a half-baked effort to block out the sun's heat. Or like even more ridiculous things that would never happen, like dumping it into the public water supply as a solution to regulate the damage that nuclear runoffs have on the environment that can't handle the poisonous waste any more than we hypothetically could. You know? I'm just so glad that doing those things would be such an enormous effort that it would never plausibly happen. I mean, what a ridiculous concept to even hypothesize. I mean, it would make a great dystopian science fiction movie, but again, would never be a real, living nightmare reality. We got more sense than that, obviously. What was I talking about? I don't know, but that brings us to today's sponsor, fresh tap water poured for you personally by David Gunn himself from the kind people at Flint. Speaking of the worst thing that can happen to the pea gland, perhaps we are reminded of burning off the dross, an alchemical process called calcination, a fire hot enough to eviscerate the fluid within, symbolized as the breath of a dragon that drinks the water, was called just that. It pressures and pulverizes the substance to drive off volatile compounds. The water, metaphorically taking the place of libido-driven emotion, is not suppressed but completely exorcised from the substance or character. But now it is completely reduced to ashes, an empty cup, we might say. And a cup, of course, is only useful due to its emptiness. Just like our pineal gland ages, the alchemist knows that getting older meant drifting from source. Dennis Hawk, he wrote The Emerald Tablet, which is a very cliche name, sure, but the book is also called Alchemy for Personal Transformation. Is wonderful, by the way. But he makes it clear in the book that the more adulterated we become, the less psychic energy we have available. So the reduction process of calcination, or calcification if you will, is of great importance as an early catalyst, catapulting the materia a bit closer to the pea stone. But what is most known about this first step in self-transformation is also the unfortunate part. It hurts. It hurts so much that you die. That is to say, the old you dies, leaving room for a new you to open up shop. The heat, the pressure, the pulverizing to ashes, these things that we go through in the barbarous world of blood creation reduces and sometimes obliterates who the hell we think we are. Now that is real ego death the hard way. And the alchemist is grateful to be tempered in it, because then the isolated solitude that follows pales in comparison, making the alchemical laboratory, like the eye that formless beings dress with, a perfect symbol to universally represent the place in which we choose to tend our work alone. It is your home library, the yoga mat, a shrine to the religious, the bathtub of a tired mom, the tree stand in the woods for the hunter, the track and field of runners, a studio for a musician, the black light room of the trip enthusiast, the study room of scholars, the car that you sit in for 8 minutes before walking inside. You may be thinking of your own alchemical lab, because when you isolate from the world and embrace that cerebral hygiene, propagating the creative power that we are imbued with while untainted by the world's company, you are an alchemist of modern time. But first we have to burn to ashes. Otherwise, our ignorance and the drifting of regressed desire will stand between us and the stone that is waiting for you to get the tools out. This can be seen performed perfectly by the celestial titanic entities that we call suns. Heat, friction, and pressure. The violent origins and visceral churning of primordial matter is what a sun must go through first before it can produce literal gold. Once it is capable of transforming the chaos of original matter, the prima materia, into precious metals, then and only then is it capable of inviting company, that is, planets to live safely in its orbit. If the sun maintains utmost righteousness and is a shepherd to its own outbursts of toxic gas, solar flares, and dangerous UV rays, then its company, the planets, will be happy to bear it children, taking on the role of a mother, to grow within its womb offspring that replicates its image, making the sun our celestial father, and thus making the ancient people who said so kinda right all along. And a side note, it should be made clear that I don't think the ancients actually believed the sun was God, like schools will have you saying as a correct answer just to pass an exam, creating the illusion of it being fact. But Egyptians, Sumerians, Hindus, the Dogon, and many others are examples of misunderstood advancement that today's Christians will trash on, claiming multiple gods and false idols, that today's scientists will call barbarians, claiming that they imagined gods because they were a bunch of primitive cavemen or superstitious. You don't have to look very hard to see that the personified figures representing forces of nature like suns and entropy were not called gods. In fact, each of those cultures all had a main one and only god that was usually nameless and faceless, that was forever before the above mentioned deified figures. Egypt had Ra, that personified the sun, along with many others called the Neter that we are familiar with today. But above all of those was Amen, a single, unborn, one and only source of all things. Hindus have Shiva, that personifies entropy, the force of nature that is destructive in order to create new life, like a forest fire that burns death to wildlife and is utterly necessary for the land to become renewed and fertile to thrive once again. But again, above all of these Hindu figures that we think are called gods, they have a Brahma, a single unborn source. You pick your favorite culture and mythology and look at all of their gods, and you'll see that there is a main one and only God above all of them. And the ones that we are calling gods are not even deified figures, but basically personifications in order to teach and illustrate forces of nature, or parts of the psyche, sometimes both. So the sun was rightfully seen as a father as Earth is a mother. But this doesn't make them false idols. This was just their scientific terminology. And I ask, which is easier to teach? Ways of teaching these things are just as subjective as the truth behind the teaching, leaving open a vast opportunity to turn teaching into a form of art. This is the spirit of our book mentioned in the intro, Edadorpa. Whether it is literal or allegory, don't know, don't care. Studying a teaching like this to find out what kind of real it is will have an entire society missing the open way that the fingers are pointing to. Our stoic character from the intro, appropriately named The Man Who Did It, illustrates the alchemist's long, arduous journey of self-sacrifice and complete transformation of being that it takes to find the central sun within. At first, he resisted these toils in a futile effort to maintain his comfort and identity, and so inner Earth Agartha ate him alive, as reality became more and more fricative in response to his egoic desire. Letting go of the green Earth realm as a foot foundation is what led to his becoming weightless, his capacity to wisdom instead of just knowledge, and most importantly, to find light, not by searching the world outside, but by going within, no matter how dark the caves get. It should be pointed out that the tablets we are referring to today are attributable to Hermes Trismegistus, a Greek version of Jehuti or Thoth. Because if the OG tablets did physically exist in ancient Egypt, which I don't doubt, then they are currently lost and possibly in the unworthy hands of rich, greedy museum collectors. And we can only hope that the legends are correct in saying that they are still currently safeguarded beneath the left paw of the Sphinx. After all, sonar shows that there is a chamber in that exact spot. And Edgar Cayce, who remote viewed the same chamber generations before we even had the sonar tech, was not one to smudge details. Many of the people who see the title of this episode will comment like they did on our video, Thoth of Agartha. They will deliver a frank message that the Emerald Tablets of Thoth are clear forgeries, faked for social prowess and monetary gain. And those particular kind of comments are just as important as they are true. It is indeed so that what many refer to as the original emerald stone tablets of Egypt were found in one incident and in another story channeled to us from Thoth himself, both of which cases turning out to be flops. But comments that bring these unfortunate frauds to light truly do help us in a well-rounded way. And we should be grateful to these brass personalities who just don't buy it. If this heavy scrutiny over the real tablets didn't occur, how many more Billies would we have running around the esoteric community selling the idea that Thoth was both an alien and also Jesus Christ? If it wasn't for the hard noses waxing starkly in the comments with the personality of sandpaper, we would be flooded with more Davids trying to tell us that he is the reincarnation of Edgar Cayce. Leave Edgar alone, man. His forehead ain't that big. But you might be the reincarnation of another fella I can think of, though. Yeah. That's you. Okay, sorry. I just don't like it when people use the esoteric to money scam believers. But we need the skeptics to keep their head on a swivel out here, to call the bullshit when they see it. Their spidey senses combined with the intuition of spiritual believers is how we find objective truths, or at least bring us closer. None of that changes the concepts expressed though, because the real truth, being like ideas, are subjective and not tangible. The tangible world, as symbolized by the alchemical moon, is temporary and fleeting. It comes and it goes. The non-tangible causal world, however, as symbolized by the alchemical sun, is permanent and unchanging. This eternal, unchanging force is the permanent emerald stone within us. When the moon wanes and the body dies, the sun continues glowing, unbothered. Thus, the radiance within us continues without the jumpsuit that we are wearing. You can put a bullet through a TV and it will perish, but the radio signal that provides the images carries on without it. Whether seeing the world from the eyes of science or mythology, both agree that we are all children of the sun, and we are born of that primordial alchemy. Our job now as Earth temps, as visitors, as babies greener than goose shit, is to keep that alchemical process of transmutation going. But more importantly, to do so in your own unique and personal way. This is your own individuation process, because the truth will remain subjective whether we admit it or not. But what an honor that is. We get to carry the torch of this never-born light. The sheer magnitude of the most powerful and immense beings in the universe, suns, are subject to our will. The life-bringing gods of all earthly creation, the force of nature we utterly depend on, bows to us, so long as our heart is beating to its drum. The life of all flesh is electric. The life of mind is the spark. Both are simply light. And until the sun sets and the moon sheds its skin, we get to pick how it is alchemized. It is up to us as to how we let it shine. Something from nothing, accelerated evolution, order from chaos. The transmutation of a substance is substantial change. Mankind is a co-creator, and this world is his canvas, to be painted by her creative force. It is no wonder that the most elusive and mysterious art form in our short history is synonymous with nature expedited. To study the route that nature takes and understand it enough to aim it in your favor is alchemy, an art that is lost but not dead. Lost because how quickly we forget. Not dead because it can't die. Stars have turned primordial matter into gold long before man, and will long after. The laws of nature are immortal, and the quickening of it is available to any conscious being wise enough to see its patterns, making alchemy the foundation of both science and self-realization. The origins of alchemy are shrouded in the secrets of ancient Egypt, or Chem, hence its namesake as the art of Egypt, not to be confused with chemistry. The art of Egypt can be studied through speculation, of course, and we will open that door after our intro, but for a concrete precursor, let's only go back to the 4th century BCE. Aristotle proposed that all things are made of elements. Safe to say, he nailed it. At the time, they pretty much just had the 5, ranging between the gross and the subtle. A world composed of elements meant that things were subject to change, just as nature does, but by the will of self-intellect. To Aristotle, the term substantial change meant that things could be either generated or corrupted. It was axiom that the gross contained the subtle, and thus the subtle, or pneuma, could be extracted or released from the gross, then tuned, refined, and reinstated. Aristotle, of course, acquired a myriad variety of pupils throughout his career, but of all his students, one in particular seemed hyper-capable in harnessing Atat's philosophies of science, literature, wisdom, and tactics. Knowledge that could be applied to any aspect of life, including militarization. Recognizing the overachieving prowess of the student, Aristotle insisted that he maintain an understanding rather than an understanding of these teachings. Basically, if you're gonna learn the ways of nature's playbook, please be cool and don't do anything crazy with it. But the relationship between said student and Aristotle slowly dissipated over time, as the student went on to create pharmacon, a chemical derivative so destructive that it engulfs flames onto anything it touches, burning it to its core, a napalm that couldn't be extinguished by water, much less put out by the old stop, drop, and roll. He created charioteers that were not human, but instead hollow iron shells that inflicted terror onto enemies by mechanical missiles of reactant naphtha compounds, gushing death onto surprised armies who were surely expecting to fight a hand-to-hand weapons battle with other people. The former student went on to conquer the land of Chem, our Egypt, sprouting opportunity to take over the entire Indian subcontinent and on into Asia and Africa. For lack of a better description, he took over the world and induced substantial change to the face of the earth ever since. In the land of Chem, once considered a reflection of heaven on earth, a city was established in his name. The city of Alexander the Great catalyzed a trade post of the arts and muses, of both word and spirit, as the Library of Alexandria. Egypt had been infiltrated and usurped, and now the rest of the world would soon experience what is known as the Age of Discovery. As this melting pot of knowledge took form, everyone and their mother wanted to get their hands on this leaked wisdom of sacred Egypt. Like sun and moon, a union of opposing forces, in this case, Eastern tradition and Western philosophy, they're conjoined and birthed a golden dawn. A pale egg, richly fertilized and preparing to hatch a spectacle of potential for the entire world, except Florida probably. Now, is this a good or a bad thing? On one hand, we see a misuse of great knowledge, rivaling like what Hollywood has done with Freemasonic symbols. On the other hand, a dam broke open the mighty secrets of Egyptian pharaohs to the rest of the world, except Florida still to this day. A beautifully ironic example of order from chaos. Either way it is viewed, one thing is absolutely certain. The world around Aristotle's teachings funneled through the psyche of one hyper-capable mind and transformed the very substance of society from utterly basic to undeniably illuminated in a very short period of time. The knowledge, or Mercury, passed down from the exalted Aristotle, ignited through the chaos of war, that is, the heat and sulfur of Alexander, and caused the salt of the earth to disperse, separate, and recoagulate into something new, something exciting, something that would be called a golden age. Alchemy is a science made animate, tinged with spirit and art. And sometimes art is destructive. Hence the blessing and curse of the born alchemist, to bend the cosmos with the will of industrious human imagination. A blessing we are all still cursed with today, or a curse we are blessed with, depending on how full your cauldron is. That is, depending on the contents of the barrel that you live in. If you ask a practitioner the definition of alchemy, expect a slight hesitation before you get an answer. This hesitation is not confusion, but instead a moment of reverence owed to the breadth of an art form that, like Mercury, is known to drive its clinician mad. Because the alchemist bears a curse, at least in his initial stages, a curse of curiosity and vehement thirst for understanding how nature works. The way to understand it is to replicate it and become that very process, thus nature coming to understand nature. Like how a scientist is the universe studying itself, but different in that the transformation of natural matter into man-made creation is not just to study the process happening, but also to become a co-creator with big guns upstairs and yield a work of art or artificial nature captured and framed in a unit beautified, or like a painter is nature capturing itself, but different in that the goal of the alchemist is to truly replicate, thus recreate the ways of the natural world, rather than only illustrate. The average person might not know it, but the art science of alchemical transmutation has certainly beautified our mundane world through its technology. And by technology, I do mean technology. Fire can transform sand into glass, then stained for vibrant color. So a wall, once an absolute barrier, can now capture a wonderful view for the eyes to see. Copper and other valuable minerals are extracted from raw earth and designated a task. Now mechanisms can be conductive and malleable. Noise can be charted out and categorized as sounds set to various pitches. So the ears can now perceive personality and emotion through song. Some better than others. Colored oils and textures can be organized into various forms as paint to please the eyes. Naturally occurring compounds can be combined to heal the body as medicine. Chemical gateways of mind-expanding implications can be extracted from acacia strain and other plants, then purified to be injected or ingested, and straight catapult someone up into the higher realms for self-disclosure of unseen worlds and the beings that inhabit them. And, of course, the life force, chi, prana, soul, or whatever word you'd like best, can be temporarily extracted from the salt of the earth body, then infused with beauty and certitude, splendor and grace, before being cast back in order to live a better life suited to the practitioner. We'll cover that last one in depth here coming up. But first, let's get to know what we are looking at. Because in all cases, and many other examples missed, we imitate the effortless action of natural creation and hasten it to perfection in order to evolve and surpass the ordinary self we are born to. If pollinated correctly, ordinary matter can bloom with unexpected vitality. There is a reason that seeds grow best in the dark, rain, and manure. There is no better example of lead into gold and the dangers of that process than the origins of our initial quote today. Not the scrolls found, but the literal Dead Sea that preserved them. If Mother Gaia herself is an alchemist, then the Dead Sea is easily one of her laboratories. Like Dexter's, tampering in her lab can prove extremely dangerous for the curious. This chemical pool of death and decay, charged with ions and toxic compounds of beautiful crystals, was a storehouse of medicinal and therapeutic applications since biblical antiquity. This dangerously deadly place was considered a paragon of paradoxal solvents yielded by nature. Ancient people marveled in wonder as to how the earth could birth such a fantastic contradiction, but also sought after how to harness its death and decay for life, for their benefit, just as Mother Gaia does with her body, the tangible earth. It is no wonder this death puddle was chosen to safeguard the most sacred text known to man, the Dead Sea Scrolls. The author or secreteer surely knew that whoever so found these scriptures would have to be both courageous enough to explore this grumpy-ass pond and innovative enough to survive the excavation. But to explore the true roots of this art science, we will have to go way further back, until we are seemingly underground in the dark, piercing the black soils of both time and secrecy. From the scarab allegory to Blue Lotus, the oldest forms of alchemical transmutation are found in Egypt. Look at this hieroglyph. Every time I do, it reminds me of the cornerstone law, that is to bear the serpent with its fruit. It's a verb, keper, and depending on its use, could mean to come into being, to create or be created, or to transform. Its pictogram was selected straight out of nature's playbook, a dung beetle. Fun fact, if you say Keper juice 3 times fast, Dr. Zahi Hawass forfeits another debate to Graham Hancock and Robert Schoch. Calm down, they're friends now. This magical beetle buddy of the booty creates new life from waste. Utilizing collected dung, it creates a cocoon for its young to be buried in sand, whereupon arises a form of resurrection. Its eggs hatch and are nourished by the very cocoon they are buried in. The feces used were rolled into a perfect and polished sphere, adding art and beauty to the mix. The implications of alchemy are self-evident here and need not be expounded. But the ancient Egyptians took the mythic image a step further, creating an entire mystscape allegory for this little guy. The itty beetle butt buddy is represented by Khepri, who generated the creative act of the physical world. Khepri rolled primal matter along the river of the underworld at night, so the sun could hatch from it each morning. The hatchling sun would grow strong to its zenith or noon position, and then grow weaker into old age as it descended into death once again. The sphere rolls and the sun rotates, just as this cycle performs its routine of life from death. Khepri, being not subject to corruption, was driven to repeatedly resurrect the world of temporality in this perpetuated cycle. The parable is clear. The divine tendency has always been to turn death into life, lead into gold, and chaos into order in the most creatively efficient way possible. And where not possible, life finds a way. This pendant was found in the tomb of Tutankhamun at great lengths and effort. By that, I mean, if you think the mummy movies are complete fiction, Google what happened to all of the men who broke into that tomb. Or you can see my take on it in this episode, preferred. Because the most exaggerated thing in the movie is showing Brendan Fraser like this after we grew up on Encino Man and expecting us not to turn out at least a little gay. Speaking of mummies, it is assumed that mummification was a futile mortal attempt at immortality. This nonsensical assumption is fueled by our own fear of physical mortality. The finer nature of the personhood had already left the body. The soul came unhinged from its vessel, so worldly needs of survival would obviously no longer be necessary. Mummification seems rather to be an approximation of Khepri's work and immunity to decay. Simply put, it was an art form, a way to beautify something that was dead and no longer any good. Just like the scarab dung beetle, they were turning waste into art. They would refine a silver alloy into a toxic byproduct called minium, or red lead dye, to encircle the outside of the mummy. Professional scholars and Egyptologists attribute this bright red coloring to warding off evil spirits, or whatever other superstitious rituals they pin on our ancient ancestors. But the red lead was much more likely an effective deterrent to pests that would otherwise eat away at the corpse. On that note, a lot of what the Egyptians did was for practical utility like this. It's so often the ones writing the history books who cling to these weird superstitions and then pin it on the ancient people who they're writing about. It may be projection of their own fears and superstitions, I don't know. But I digress. After being gilded with inscriptions, the mummy and its worldly possessions were buried together to act as an anchor for the soul. So, if needs be, that the pharaoh would have to come back to the earth realm to recite deeds into the mortal playing field, he could follow that tether back to his birthplace. Boy, that certainly didn't help my former point one bit. In other words, the ghost could easily find its way home. Adorable, right? Yeah, it's real cute until you find yourself dearly holding on to your grandpa's keepsakes and then keep wondering why your house seems haunted. Stop trapping your G-paw, Brittany. Scatter those ashes in a river somewhere and sage your damn living room. You're freaking the cat out. Speaking of the toxicity of lead, another misconception is the whole eyeliner thing. We tend to assume it was for decorative purposes only. Nope. Although lead is toxic when ingested, unless in good old American gasoline, of course, then it's perfectly safe. It was lead then, uranium before, and fluoride now. Rather, Egyptian eyeliner was an artificial derivative created by artisans that, when applied to the skin, would stimulate the body's immune system. applied to the eyes, it would ward off sinus infections during the marshy seasons of the High Nile. If you're wondering how we know this, well, it's what they wrote in their recipe books on papyri, demonstrating not only how to concoct this mascara, but also making clear the dangers of it if it's ingested, if it's misused. What's also made clear by all this is that we today tend to assume things at face value, too often skipping out on the details, the painstakingly written out and left behind codexes for us to learn from. And here we are today still running around with eyeliner that has no practical function besides bringing out the blue in your eyes against the backdrop of those new bangs you've been rocking. Speaking of blue, your girl's favorite crystal, lapis lazuli, was considered as decorative as gold as far back as the 4th dynasty Egypt, inspiring that perfect opposing color combination of gold and blue that works really nicely. And on that note, we've all heard that the ancients couldn't see blue because they didn't have a word invented for it yet. I don't know if that's true or not, but 4th dynasty Egyptians could see it, and they just thought it was the bee's tits. Another alchemical process written about in the Coffer text indicates a gold kombucha tincture that was drank by a pharaoh in order to activate his plasmatic body and render it into a viral format to be catapulted into the stars by the Great Pyramid, working as an actual machine device to join into union with the Neter. It's a great story, and you'll know all about it if you peep this episode right here. When it comes to the art of transformation and thus resurrection, we often see this concept represented by the Jed pillar glyph. Looking at this symbol, though, it really does look a lot more like a technology than it does a symbol. It kind of looks like some kind of, why does this look so damn familiar? But just like anything that reaches the utmost heights of good, this would all come to an end, as we saw in our intro today. But don't worry, it gets worse. If you know where this is going, type C == 3 in the comments, because the Library of Alexandria, built in the remnant footprint of Chem, and one of the few good things to come out of this brutal conquering, was ordered to be burned to the ground by Emperor Diocletian, shortly after the outlawing of all alchemical practices. It is unclear what the emperor wanted to prevent, but it is rumored that the dismantling of knowledge would stop a potential uprising of power among the people of Egypt. And the most efficient and expedited form that a revolution could possibly take on would be through the art science of alchemy. Why does this sound familiar? The entendre is intended, but I digress, because this famous incident was not isolated. Another vast but lesser known library of knowledge was collected from various parts of the world and stored in Baghdad. Greek, Indian, Sasanian, and Babylonian codices were translated into Arabic by astute scholars and bound into manuscripts to be kept safe, and also provide a center of scholarship and experimentation, a fun place of unhinged science with the rules of Miss Frizzle, meant to further quicken the knowledge of mankind. But when the Mongols sacked Baghdad in the 13th century, it also burned to the ground, just like its big brother in Alexandria. Paper is like super flammable. Damn. Should have wrote it on emerald. He's coming up, by the way. But these reoccurring events of burning books is proof of either one of two things. A, that time truly does work in cycles and not a linear progression. Or B, that human beings really do have a collective issue with great knowledge amassed. Heartbreaking, really, that throughout history, when a path opens up for common civilians to dip their feet into knowledge of the great mysteries, some or another form of authority or kingship swoops in to stamp it out. If not, steal it away to hide in their own vault. We see you with your damn skyfish hat. You ain't cute. It almost seems on purpose. Perhaps the great filter we talked about here really is the same below as it is above. Alexandria was a hotbed for esoteric study. Reflective speculation of science and spirit went hand in hand with the industrial utility of alchemy. Everything it had to offer was destroyed. But fortunately for us, it wasn't the only spot with alchemical sprouts emerging into the light of day. In Panopolis, an alchemist named Zosimos did work, and his writings survived this prohibition. Zosimos used metaphors and symbolism to illustrate the art of transmutation. It might be speculated that the concept of fusing creative artisan forms with the stark science practiced was owed to women. Zosimos worked with both men and women to perfect his craft, something that shouldn't be surprising if one is to stick to the truest roots of alchemy that require the uniting of both male and female elements. This turn in history became the backbone of what is now considered the laboratory setting for alchemical transit. By destroying a substance with chaos like boiling, melting, pressurizing, and evaporating, they would release the finer spirit of the metal substance. The idea that all substance had a spirit or pneuma was a nod to the prior work and philosophy of Aristotle, but also held Gnostic ideals about primal matter containing a divine spark left over from a one supreme architect, a divine spark that we inherited from Source, running through or bypassing the demiurgos imitation god that works to keep us in a material-only reality and spark unrealized. The idea that this divine spark existed and could be refined and tuned became the cornerstone of spiritual alchemy. Now, this is certainly one of those things that the materialist dogmatic science of today cannot prove, or at least refuses to investigate due to fear of being seen playing the fool. But it is self-evident to the individual, felt within, or simply known to each person, but impossible to hold, measure, convey, or even describe to another person. What is also self-evident is that this divine spark runs nature. We see its emergent intelligence all around us in all life forms as they adapt to their environment, which is also driven by this divine spark. To describe it would be as futile as asking a fish to describe water, yet it can be seen clearly in any and all things, living or not. Watch a bee colony build a hive and observe that they are one and the same organism as the flowers that play their counterpart. Watch the crystalline patterns taken on by water as it freezes into flakes. And I mean, check this out. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 8, and so on back down. Fibonacci sequence. So your hand alone and how it has been designed to function is the proof that something somewhere decided that we take on this form. Because it certainly isn't one individual human that decided to have thumbs, any more than a single bee decides to create hexagons, or a drop of water decides to freeze-form flakes from this same blueprint. No, these activities and all surrounding activities are evidence of a primordial intelligence guiding our form and actions as a collected whole. So, if it is everywhere,
truly piercing the entire material world, why would it not include the mineral world? I believe it's the 16th repentance of the Sophia in the Gnostic Gospel that describes her pleading out to the light to not only save her, but to save all of the components with her that are within her, associated with the mineral world and all life forms within. Completely isolated from that, we have the work of Bentov that we've covered recently, who he describes a primordial type of intelligence or coherence within the mineral world. The only reason the activity of this microcosm is not self-evident is simply because it is too small and slow-moving to detect with the human eye. In other words, the divine does its work in the molecular realm as well. We just can't see it from here. For Zosimos, this science was to be written and illustrated, thus left behind for us to find, replicate, and expound upon. What better way to do this than creating literal art for the eye to feast on? So when it comes to sulfur and mercury in a lab setting, Olsimo killed two birds with one stone and created a type of colored wax that became encaustic paint. We owe a lot to alchemy. I mean, look at Newton. Today's scientists revere Newton as the greatest of all time, and he was a stone cold alchemist. And so it was hypothesized that, like the human being, anything with a body must also have its counterpart, spirit, a living conscious life force that all things have in common, like a collective mind. If an utterly mundane mineral substance, like a base metal, could be chemically changed to its core of its elements, then imagine what kind of change could occur if the same philosophy was applied to the human form concerning the psyche, a distillation of self with a capital S. The best way to go about this was through a coagulation of art and medicine. This is where an unexpected part of the world chimes in to pay its sixth sense concerning the art science of alchemy. The practice of the West goes hand in hand with the philosophy of the East in a concept that we call the Tao. Taoist alchemists, known as Feng Shi, or magician technicians for our Tech 9 fans out there, produced elixirs for health, longevity, and transcendence. Seemingly contrary, yet quite the opposite, knowing the Tao showed Eastern masters of Zen the way for scientific speculation about spiritual harmonization of both medicine and meditation. M&M for short, if you want. That joke was dumb. We'll take that out. The external elixir to be consumed was called Weiden, whereas the internal elixir was known as Neiden. You might guess by looking at modern Western healthcare that one is only as good as the latter. Ancient Taoists observed that those who sat and contemplated the effects of the medicine would experience the same results as those who ingested it. We know this today to be called the placebo effect. That oftentimes proves even more efficient than physical medicine. And why wouldn't it? After all, it is direct and instant. Sentience is direct and instant, without the need of being carried and transported through the tangible body. We don't know what placebo is because we don't know what consciousness is outside of negating it with a fanciful mouth noise. In the West, we attribute the placebo effect to accidental happenings. Not the Taoist alchemists, though. They naturally took the reins of this miracle and put it to use. We can't do that here because, well, it's free of cost. Oh, I'm supposed to do a manual bass drop, but new studio. Instead of waiting in bypass to the Feng Shi, it was through sheer mental will that the medicine worked to a desired result. The fire that burns is the fire that transforms. Thus, obvious to the Taoist, the higher soul, ether, or spirit fire could easily transform whatever happens to be going on here in the gross realms of biology. We can activate the soul to have the body running on full pistons. An art form itself that is, as nature is to like nature, a force put into motion by literal art on paper. In other words, the contemplation of art in conjunction with meditation on the body will bring ample health to any practitioner not plagued with self-doubt. This became a pictorial language that we might compare to spoken allegory. Look at this painting. It's obviously a place. Artistically speaking, it's a mystical landscape, subtle and simple yet clear. But it is something else, isn't it? When we look closer, we see it is also the human form. The various activities happening within the setting are representative of the harmonious interlocking mechanisms of our anatomy, working together while perfectly in sync. David Braffman does a fine job of contemplative communication concerning this composition on canvas. My alliteration is getting out of control. The spleen, called the place of great simplicity, is inhabited by the jade maiden of great yin of obscure brilliance. Her husband is the lord of the Tao, who lives in the gallbladder, called the purple chamber. Their offspring is the perfected cinnabar child, perched at the entrance to the stomach. This vast immortal bureaucracy of Xian occupied the ethereal cosmos of the landscape of the natural world. Some dwelled within the body awaiting activation. Through the contemplative Naiaden, one transcends to a sufficient state of comprehending the nature of those Hisian to tap their divine power. Some of these body immortals are depicted emerging from vapors rising from a vessel, not unlike a genie from a bottle. Could the Chinese Hisian and Arabic jinn indeed be etymologically related? Both Weiden, the external elixir, and the Naiaden, its internal counterpart, conceptualized the body as a laboratory of nature in miniature. The empirical proof of the laboratory's experiment success was health, longevity, and, ultimately, immortality. In Hindu astronomy, the Buddha was considered Mercury, the celestial body whose personification is symbolic for the communion between the higher mind and us animals down here. There is no wonder that the element called Mercury is a key for transmutation in the alchemical process, and in a Lovecraftian sense, is known to drive the experiencer completely mad. When we receive messages, often called downloads in our modern age, we don't hesitate to implement change into our current laboratory of life. Those sensitive enough to perceive the subtle, or practitioners who work to tune themselves to the harmony of invisible influence, they have this in common. When the advice comes from the utmost high, forces unknowable, our conscience takes hold of the wheel and changes our dharma. Dharma is actions and karma is the result, in case Sean is watching. Whether this is jinn of Arabic lore, messenger angels of Christian lore, Thoth and friends of Egyptian lore, Hessian of the Chinese, Viracocha, and so on, yada yada. Pick your favorite. The finer realities of higher realms seem to communicate with us in the same way, no matter what names each culture gives them. These divine messengers are called the Psychopomps of mythology, and I could not have chosen a tackier name if I tried. And that will segue us into the philosophy of the greatest OG alchemist himself, thrice greatest actually, and a channel favorite. Let's once again pay a visit to Big Hermdog T. It is difficult to capture the vastness of personhood that is Hermes when it comes to alchemy, without sounding redundant and repeating cliche in this echo chamber we call the internet. So perhaps we need a solid, concrete, modern comparison before diving in. A lesser-known figure who is also considered the father of alchemy was called Jabir ibn Hayyan. I don't know, you pronounce it. Braffman writes, modern historians have suggested that Jabir may have been just as fantastic as the tales in The 1001 Nights. Many scholars and elders among the booksellers think this man Jabir never existed. The name of his foundational alchemical authority is attached to over 3,000 books. Jabir reportedly became revered for his visionary unification of science and spirituality. While untangling jumbled strands of sources to trace the true identity of the father of chemistry might be an exercise in futility, the influence of the scientific works written under his name is certainly clear. In both the Kitab al-Ida, or Book of Clarification, and the Kitab al-Jahir, Book of Stones, Jabir explains the natural creation of minerals with simple clarity. The subterranean core of our world is composed of mercury and sulfur. Fueled by elemental forces, mercury coheres with sulfur in various proportions, thus forming all metals and minerals. The process is modeled on vegetal growth. Inorganic matter could be cultivated just like organic plant life. For the followers of Jabir, coagulation was the key to chemical creation and generation. The precept, of course, was observed in earlier Greek natural philosophy, formulated as glistros, the quality of unctuous moisture that allowed matter to cohere. This applied not just to minerals, but to all life. Plato invoked this as the quality of sinews that allow them to bind the body together, as does Aristotle in discussing animal life and growth. According to Jabarian alchemy, moisture's unctuous quality yields recombination. Moisture, moistness, damp, moist. This laboratory work had medicinal promise. Purifying materials by vaporizing them and capturing their distilled essence recalled the goal of trapping the spirit of life in a bottle, that is, manufacturing an elixir of vitality. The alchemical process of coagulation also offered significant applications to artistic practice. Jabarian texts such as the Kitab al-Dura al-Makanuna, I'll put the spelling on the screen, or Book of the Hidden Pearl, he wrote quite a few, describe the production of colored glass and artificial gemstones. Jabarian geological research on volcanic deposits also yielded manganese compound additives that enhanced transparency in glass. If we set aside the impact that this kind of alchemy had on arts and medicine, we see attributes of a character that easily parallel Hermes. A, his name is attributed to thousands of manuscripts by anonymous authors, and B, historians agree that he had extraordinary capabilities, that is, if he literally existed at all. You see, Hermes' tea, like the alchemical symbols that he invented, might also be a unit of art painted by us via brushstroke of the collected unconscious, a literal parable as an archetype of its own accord. But this doesn't make his wisdom any less real. Just like an oil painting is not an enchanting landscape in the literal sense, but instead points our attention to the very enchanting landscape that it represents. The image of Hermes points us directly to wisdom, like the Buddha who points to the moon, reminding us to not look at his finger, to not confuse the pointer with the pointed to. We tend to become so enthralled with these realized beings that we often look to them instead of the great artwork that they are encouraging us to witness firsthand, encouraging us to witness with them, to bear witness alongside them. In this way, our favorite Psychopomps are works of art that break the fourth wall, coming to life through us. And why not? We painted the picture. We are alive, and the only separation between the observer and the observed is illusion. It's about time we realized that there are more than one version of alive. And frankly, like the Fermi paradox, it'd be a lot weirder if there weren't. It only seems that way to us because the version of alive that we are familiar with, by no coincidence, happens to be the one that we are haunted with. Hey, the one we see is the one we be. I need to fix that sentence. Looking to the art for answers rather than what it represents is just like looking at the finger instead of what it's pointing to. This is a soft-core version of idolatry if you break it down. This is why it's important to note that statues, paintings, and engravings of divinity are not to be confused with literal divinity. Moses got real hot when he seen his peeps act this way toward a golden calf, a story that, in the eyes of Christians, makes guilty by association anyone who enjoys decorative items of the Buddha, Budai, Ganesh, or whatever other common ones that we've all seen, that only and simply inspire the environments that they decorate. God forbid we have a conversation piece that isn't repping a Caucasian Jesus eating a Chick-fil-A. Does he look hungry for chicken nuggies? I think he needs a snack besides Mary Magdalene. Units of inspiring decor are not to be confused with items of worship, like the image of Christ dying on the cross, just because they are made up of things that can be sculpted and looked at. In fact, and more importantly, it should be expressed that the crucifix itself also only aims the viewer in the direction of Christ. You don't pray to the item, you pray with or through it. Otherwise, there are some much deeper issues to address. The point is, we should look at what Hermes is pointing to. After all, he is a psychopomp, and thus only the messenger.
This alchemical transmutation from base metal into gold's deepest secret is that the base metal is turning the mind and body of man to its next graduation point and its next spiritual initiation into an angel. So this alchemical transmutation will take place inevitably within the body-mind and within even our anatomy at Mount Pineal, which is why you see Jacob wrestling an angel at Mount Pineal. That's actually where the coagulation process becomes ignited perfected and activated through the third eye region. And so, this is the precipice point of the great work that takes place within the spiritual reconfiguration of man. But this is the deepest secret. So what that means is that it gets encoded and it gets scaled, as above, so below, as within, so without, as the universe, so the soul. So this transmutation takes place on all levels. It's just the ones that we know the least about are the ones that happen to be the most divine.
Whether you are molding, sculpting, or painting something by hand, or writing literature, music, or an essay fluent with rhetoric, or raising children, interacting with friends and coworkers, all the way to how you put your socks in the top drawer to hide your cubensis. Artistic creation has a way of unintentionally bringing up repressed psychological content up to the surface. I want to say that again. Artistic creation has a way of unintentionally bringing repressed psychological content up to the surface. The way that you are, down in your core, your stone, is going to show its beautiful face or rear its ugly head through this medium. We hear the phrase, "remember who you are," so often that it has become cliche. That is, if we even know where to start. With the exception of deep meditation, the quickest way to see a clear view of that inner self hidden from the world, hidden from yourself, is through the alchemy of art. We will unintentionally hide archetypal symbolic meaning in our artwork, and then we can step back and look at it eye level, our conscious level. All right, I'll see you later, bye. We see the results of our honest work and make decisions about what to do better next time. This transmutation goes much deeper than the art itself, because slowly but surely, the medium that's being transformed is the self, you. If there's a perfect example of an artistic endeavor that depicts the transmutation of a person from animalistic system-controlled slave to a righteous path-walking king of sovereignty, look no further than the alchemical plates of Splendor Solis. The creator of this staggeringly gorgeous 16th century example of Renaissance art is just as mysterious as the plates themselves, because despite the work being absolutely incredible, they chose to remain anonymous. He or she chose to not take credit for this work, making it a truly selfless deed, a nameless unit of service to mankind, raw. The deeply allegorical artwork depicts detailed instructions on the great work, transmuting primal matter into the Philosopher's Stone. Skinner maintains that it represents literal lead into gold, while Jung insists that it, and many others like it, represents the same happening but within us. That is the brutal refinement of the self. I personally choose to side with Uncle Carl on this, but that's not the point though. No single person, neither man nor I, can possibly tell you with definitive certainty what this means. And that is kind of the point. There will be as many interpretations of this work of art as there are people to gawk over it. Congratulations. You get to decide what it is, and your personal yield from it will change over time, because you yourself will be different each time that you look at it. And I would love to tell you my personal example of this. Real quick, true story. When I wrote the intro for this episode, I paced around my house wrestling with doubts as to whether or not to use it for this episode. Wrestling because I felt certain about the rhetoric and how it pertains to my own personal view of alchemy, but uncertain because the story of Alexander the Great is not generally associated with the subject of alchemy, if at all. So I thought, maybe I'll change the entire intro entirely to something about the Splendor Solis. Basically, I let my doubt override my gut instinct about the intro, and I was about to scrap it. So investigating the Splendor Solis for an inspiring lead, I found something eerily unexpected. So at the very bottom of plate 4, called the Solar King and the Lunar Queen, for obvious reasons, there is something dark, pale, and far less obvious than the colorful spectacle above. The bottom left depicts a battle raging, possibly alluding to a battle within, but then in the center is a king, crowned as a result of that battle. This king was Alexander the Great. And if that didn't give me the heebie-jeebies enough, the third section in the bottom right depicts Alexander the Great visiting in great reverence and admiration a homeless man living in a barrel. And the man living in the barrel is none other than Diogenes the Cynic. I was floored. As some viewers might already know, the charm of this bottom depiction is that it represents the humbling of Alexander. Basically, Alex showed up to town one day in a huge, glorious spectacle, boasting about being the new king. And in response to this gloating, the homeless Diogenes responded with the equivalent of, "Neat, now please, move out of my sunlight," indicating that he was not nervous or impressed by the great king, but also, and more importantly, that even in his decidedly homeless state, he needed nothing from the king. And the king had nothing to offer him, because Diogenes, another man not generally associated with alchemy, already knew how to create something from nothing.
So, alchemical doctrines, they've been mysterious to mankind, except for the select few for as long as we've been recording history. We can trace the origins of alchemy, so to speak, back to Egypt, but it seems as if this is an archetype that is quite a bit older than we might suspect. There'll be no reasons for me here to get into the history and the black and white facts about alchemical transmutation, because those are things you can look up anywhere online or get yourself a book. But what I would like to do is talk about what is not talked about, making these connections. I would like to express how I feel alchemical transmutation can practically work within this world and within your life. How can we apply the concepts of alchemy to ourselves? Knowing that the alchemical process of turning base metals into gold is a metaphor that represents turning an unfortunate situation into profit, or a mundane state of being into a form of thriving. So right off the bat with alchemy, we know that the language of it is not literal, but in fact symbolic, and in many cases allegorical. To say that the first rule of alchemy goes as such: man cannot gain anything without first giving something in return. To obtain something of equal value, something of equal value must be lost. That is alchemy's first law of equivalent exchange. So let's keep that in mind later as we dive into the practicalities of transmutation. The four pillars of alchemy seem to be philosophy, astronomy, alchemy, and virtue. The last of which, virtue, is not only the most important, but should actually reside within the alchemist from the time of his awakening, his transmutation that is, to death. And that is the only way to solidify his work, is to maintain that virtue throughout his entire career until he dies. Symbols reused throughout time and prehistory speak not to our conscious thinking mind, but to our primordial self, the driving factor of all human beings. After all, the definition of using language is strictly attuned to something's limitations within nature. To name something is to negate it to our finite aspect of perception. Symbols like the Ouroboros seem to represent infinity or cycles. To me, the cross seems to symbolize the adjacent factors of action and righteousness. The Hamza hand, the Eye of Horus, the all-seeing eye within the triangle or pyramid, the idea of human forms with animal heads, all the way back to sacred geometry and sigils. They are meant to represent a concept within the context of their teaching. They have different meanings to each viewer and change and evolve in meaning per teaching and according to where the student is in his path and relevant to the doctrine in which it resides. The alchemical symbol of lead being tormented into gold by sulfur is a perfect example of something that is too complex or personal to be spoken outright. Just by witnessing this symbol, though, and this symbology, a part of the self is triggered. It begins to learn something about itself and its place within the world. Old stories and legends or myths exhibit the same concept. Instead of taking a myth as a story that literally happened, imagine it as part of yourself, your own psychological characters at work. Stories like the Sword of Excalibur, the tale of Cain and Abel, the Knights of Camelot searching for the Holy Grail, the temptation of the Garden of Eden, the birth of the original Buddha, the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, the list goes on. In one of those particular myths, for example, the Knights of Camelot and their search for the Holy Grail, there is a gem of wisdom beneath the surface of the story that it pursues the idea of darkness leading into light. The king orders his knights to find the darkest portion of the forest outside of the castle walls, far away from the comforts of shelter. Each knight finds their own path of the forest that to them seems to be the darkest and searches that place for the grail. When they return, there are multiple holy grails that have been found by the knights and brought to the king. The perfect metaphor symbolizes the practice of looking within to the parts of our mind that we don't find pleasing. Becoming comfortable with those portions of our mind and thus finding a deeper truth than we could have thought possible by seeking pleasures and comfort. We then take what we have learned and turn it over to a higher power of sorts that composes a membrane of nature to the newest and highest standards achieved by the seeker while in the dark. These stories are meant to excite the purpose specific to our own lives. Think of the characters as aspects of your own psychological elements and opposing forces. We learn from the stories and symbols through a collected consciousness. They're not merely for entertainment purposes, but also to shake loose parts of the specific persona. Through them, we can gain a vision of what all human beings go through as a collective unit. For example, in Hindu texts, there can be a lot of confusion because there seems to be a lot of gods. And once we kind of realize that, as opposed to being creators of all, as we seem to depict gods as, they were more personifications of ideas. The Brahma, a precursor of Shiva, has 4 faces representing the 4 cardinal directions. Brahma is sitting on a lotus sprouting from the navel of Vishnu and dreams of realities. We, that is, our world, are within the dreams of the Brahma. When he ceases dreaming, we cease to exist, creating another great cycle of death and rebirth. The parable here can be interpreted in many different ways. I can't help but think of our technological age. This sounds a lot like turning on a computer, using its software to create, letting work come to fruit, exporting the work, and then turning off the computer. There's a cycle there. Could there be a connection at all between what was just described and this story of Vishnu and Brahma? Might these old stories describe our own source of reality in ways that we can understand in our culture's unique time and understanding with the limited animal brain that we have. This idea bears the fruit of a concept with a matrix of reality, or an accidental reality as created by the Gnostic demiurge. But scientists today are even speculating that we may live in some sort of simulation. This could be what the Hindu creation story is hinting at. There's creation stories of all ages and all parts of the world that have quite similar themes. The image of the serpent rings loud in every culture throughout time and in different ways. One of the most widespread versions of the symbol of the serpent is the idea of overcoming fear. To this day, our collective mind is programmed to fear snakes. Is this just because they look strange and have teeth? Or is there maybe more to this? If we go back as far as humans can possibly go in our evolution on Earth, there is one thing we have always encountered: the serpent. Think about the predators we faced in more primal times: large cats, birds of prey, deep sea animals, crocodiles. If you want to escape the feline, you go into the water. If you want to escape the crocodile, you can climb into a tree. If you seek to escape the paisaw or the giant birds of prey, you can go into a cave. But in none of these places of refuge can you hide from the serpent. It'll be there. So the only way to overcome this threat is to face it head on. We would have to protect ourselves and our young from these eaters of men. And although large cats are absolutely killing machines, in every case the prey must flee, except for in the case of the serpent. He is there waiting for you. You are now obligated to fight. So it's really no wonder that there are so many myths that involve going through the serpent or slaying the dragon. There are tales of men who must climb a tower to get to the beautiful maiden, but there is a dragon guarding the only way up. There are tales of seeking hidden treasure in the back of a cave, which is guarded, of course, by some form of a serpent. And both the tower and the cave allegories, there's no way around the snake. You cannot tiptoe past it. You cannot slip in the back undetected. You are, in a way, destined to slay the dragon. Think for a moment about what it is in your world that can be represented by this serpent. Now think, what is your treasure behind it? What is your sword to slay the dragon? We can use these myths as learning devices about ourselves, our place and our purpose in the world. The serpent also appears a likeness to all things temporary. The snake, like the alchemical symbol of the waning moon, sheds its skin and is renewed. Everything in our physical world is temporary, but lit up by a life force of some kind, and that is the only thing that is permanent. The snake leaves his skin behind and transforms through the light that can be symbolized by the reflection of the light of the sun that makes the cycles of the moon possible, therefore representing that main prana, that life force, the only thing consistent, the only thing unchanging, the only thing not temporary. Story. My buddy Jung is quoted as saying, "Inasmuch as the serpent leads into the shadows, it has the function of the anima. It leads you into the depths. It connects the above and the below." Of course, you might know that Carl is famed for saying that for the leaves to grow to heaven, the roots must in turn grow to hell. Something like that. You get the idea. You don't get those leaves and fruits for free. You gotta go down in the muck, down in the dirt, in the cold. Jung seemed to characterize some of these symbols as archetypes. For example, there is the archetype of the trickster and the hero. The archetype of the trickster seems to arise many times within our mythology. In whatever form that the trickster chooses to intervene, according to the specific culture, there are common traits within all of the lore. The most famous form we have in pop culture today is that of the honest John from the story of Pinocchio. But this being goes back to the very depths of pre-recorded history and is truly a part of who we are today. The trickster takes advantage of the part of the human psyche that has not yet broken free from the animal nature. It sees the parts of us that are still attached to the needs of the body and desire and use those against us, either as a prank or maybe something more sinister. The trickster knows that you have fears, burdens, and desires and uses them against you effortlessly. It needs no weapons in hand. It knows that you are already holding the weapon in your own hand, but without the intent to slay yourself. This is why the trickster is considered to be at play, as opposed to being evil. He uses his wit and charm instead of force in order to effortlessly manipulate a person or situation for his own entertainment or for more sinister reasons. This trickster entity, like the demon called Mara, can be overcome by simply recognizing our weakness to it, and thus seeing it for what it really is, past its current disguise. Can you think of anything within your own life that can be represented by the archetype of the trickster? What can you see in yourself that can be played as a fool by this entity? Now, what can you do to dissolve this sort of cosmic prank? The wisdom of the ancient people obviously has little to no scientific terminology that resembles ours of today, any more than we can currently use symbology and an image to convey our theories and knowledge through words. Is it possible that, much like how we struggle with evolution and creation as two different things, but start to lean in the idea that they might be the same thing, called by two different mouth noises, that we are indeed speaking of the same themes, but with a completely different cultural point of view? Today, when studying the human anatomy of the nervous system and the brain, we use language to refer to these items such as the pineal gland, pituitary gland, the sensor claustrum, the spinal column of 33 vertebrae, cerebral spinal fluid, sacrum. Of course, we use a different language of mouth noises to describe the functions of these interacting parts and their dependency on each other. If the ancient masters were as advanced as we are suggesting, they were surely not ignorant of these components, but would illustrate and study this subject of anatomy in a completely different way than us. What if that way of communication was so different from our way of language-based thinking that we interpret their messages completely wrong or even ignore them altogether? And if so, what could we be missing out on learning from these symbolic-oriented communications? This bit of text here that seems to illustrate what we're talking about. If we look at the human being in its core function, we are opted to look at the central nervous system and its interaction with the brain. We know that the two separate hemispheres of the brain act differently from one another, the left side for logical thinking and the right side for creative thinking. Between these two hemispheres are the pituitary gland and pineal gland. The cerebral spinal fluid is charged with an electrical spark due to its saline content that protects and converts nutrients and information to these corresponding parts. This twin fluid of yellow and white secretions travels up and down the 33 vertebrae from the lowest bone in the spine in the sacrum, where it is heated and powered by the sexual organs, and all the way up to the top of the head. This cycle happens every 12 hours. We are discovering today that there are ways to expand our consciousness by treating this process in a delicate and attentive manner, utilizing exercise, diet, and guilt-free states of mind. This mind and body connection can no longer be ignored by medical science, as we have seen the results of the placebo effect and have seen what havoc mental stress can have on our physical form. When the mentioned twin fluids come from the lower sacrum and enter the brain through the sensor claustrum, they lay dormant for 3 days until they enter the pineal gland. Once entering the pineal gland, pending the quality of the treatment we have given this process, the fluid is electromagnetically activated by the calcite microcrystals of the pineal gland, and thus forms a kind of transducer, like a radio antenna. But to pick up on what. But what does not have to be said here is that the above scientific jargon is confusing and often lost from the understanding of the average person like myself. What if this jargon is blocking us from understanding the meaning and truth of this process? After all, we know that in nature, there are no accidents. Is there a better way to communicate in a way that we can take heed of and perpetuate the betterment of ourself and therefore all of humanity? Well, if we were to maybe say, look at some coincidences between symbols, and it's interesting after reading that and knowing that the travels of Christ lasted 33 years as he died on the cross at the age of 33. This seems familiar to the 33 vertebrae of the spine and the 33 degrees of initiation by the Freemasons, of course represented by a ladder or other form of ascension. Christ was crucified between two thieves. We know that the two hemispheres of the brain steal from each other to create a coherent sense of reality. The white and yellow twin sacred or sacrum spinal fluids, the milk and honey, meet with these 12 cranial nerves and convey information to them. Jesus taught 12 disciples, and the connections dealing with the number 12, divisible by 3, can be found in more places than can be mentioned here. From the zodiac to how we construct time according to months and hours on a clock, Christ is said to have died for 3 days and was resurrected to ascend into heaven with the promise of returning. This is oddly familiar to the functions of the activity of the pituitary gland and the pineal glands after the secretion is raised up through the spine, or Jacob's ladder, symbolically speaking, within our bodies, which have a similar shape to the symbol of the cross. When we observe the parallel set of stories in comparison to the scientific jargon and then look at the message of Christ as a loving and joyful giver of gifts, we can sort of piece together a message being sent from very long ago by people who understood the universe within themselves in a way that we have been distracted from daily. This particular symbolical allegory goes back even further, considering how the twin serpents of the Kundalini work to activate higher sentience within human beings. And the coincidences continue on and on. For the sake of brevity here, the science of today seems to leave out the important parts of this biological process. The important part might not be how it works, but how we should treat the process itself in order to come into self-realization or turn lead into gold. Just like any ancient myth, parabolic allegory, or alchemical symbol, we can take what we know from today's science and combine it with the wisdom of image-based thinking of our ancient ancestors. These opposites create a clever and more cohesive picture for us of the hows and whys of both mental expansion and bodily health. The science of today tells us what and where. The metaphors of yesterday's past can tell us the meaning and the purpose of these practices and rites of passage. This is kin to the dueling dance of mind-heart coherence. Science speaks to the mind and myth speaks to the heart. Science tells us how we are alive and myth tells us how to live, why we are alive. To be honest though, I oftentimes feel like the science we are exploring today is just now starting to catch up with the wisdom of the ancient thinking. What they understood goes beyond words, as we have seen here. They spent generation after generation dedicated to the fine-tuning of these practices with little to no external distractions from the goal, or lack of goal, depending on the philosophy, like Zen masters. The unification of these opposing messages can be wed to a better process of developing the human species, up, out, forward, into a better state of mind, and thus into a better world.
I'm calling bullshit. Tell me why anyone needs someone above them and up the ass of puppets. I feel sorry.
So we've gathered this idea that symbols can communicate to the self more effectively than words can. They speak to you, and they're about you. This is what is important to realize when looking at a lot of these symbols. When studying an alchemical doctrine of any sort, one should realize that despite being naive even, their interpretation of the message being sent is never necessarily wrong. In the same way that a song of lyrical vagueness can be interpreted by the listener this way, by a different listener in a completely different way, alchemical symbology and this kind of non-language form of communication speaks to the soul. It's imperative that we talk about the concept of sacrifice. We're not talking about blood sacrifice here, although the derivatives of what we'll be speaking of does come from a long line of unfortunate rituals. What is important about sacrifice is that first rule that we were speaking of earlier. There is no gaining anything without exchanging something of equal value. It seems as though in our given reality, when we choose sacrifice over pleasure, within the current moment, we find fortune waiting for us. Whereas the opposite, if we choose pleasure now, the sacrifice then comes later, and it is not able to be controlled like it is the other way around. It seems as though sacrifice now equals pleasure later and vice versa. Exercise becomes strength and speed. Lethargy, gluttony become a weakness. Listening now becomes wise words later. Speaking now becomes ignorance. Helping others is helping yourself in the future. Most of the time you won't perceive that cause and effect immediately, but the idea is that choosing discomfort within the endeavors of our life seems to pave an easier road in the future, and in many ways can even tune the human temple into its most grandiose form, its final form, if you will. Sacrifice is often associated with suffering in general, but suffering gives us a problem to solve, and this generates a reason to go on. A movie has troubles and antagonists, and games have tasks and challenges. Otherwise, they would be boring and of no use. If we are to assume that a small consciousness leads to a small view of the world and a large consciousness leads to a wide view of the world, where you can see a much more broad range of opportunities to take advantage of, well, the way to a large expanded consciousness seems to be through suffering and sacrifice. This doesn't mean any sort of dramatic sense, but in a way, if you put yourself outside of your shell and walk out of your comfort zone, so to speak, to think outside the box, and thus escaping the box, doing new things, interacting with new people, doing the difficult work that no one else wants to do, doing things that we are afraid of doing. All of these things, they expand our consciousness. Suffering creates art, causes us to drive technology. The reason we have bridges is because those who would cross rivers would go through great troubles, thus suffering to get across. Therefore, that suffering caused certain men with know-how to take on the sacrifice of the time and effort in order to build bridges. And I'm sure you can imagine most things are a derivative of sacrifice. But when it comes to the self and us within our own lives, I kind of like this allegory of the buffaloes and the cows. If there's a field where buffaloes and cows are, both groups are grazing, and there's a storm on the horizon that's coming in quick, the cows run away from the storm out of fear, but the buffaloes begin walking steadily, directly into the heart of the storm, towards it, which seems insane to the cows and maybe even insane to us. But let's take a look at the results of that sacrifice, discomfort of the buffalo. As the cows run from the storm continues to come and grow, and eventually these cows will wear out and die of exhaustion, or at the worst, end up caught in the storm while completely debilitated, making things worse. But the buffalo who steadily marched into the storm suffered for a much shorter period of time as the storm passed over them, considering they were going towards it, thus in the opposite direction. That is sort of the definition of the difference between knowledge and wisdom. The cows had the knowledge to know that the storm is uncomfortable, so they ran. Whereas the buffalo had wisdom. Wisdom to know that when you face that dragon head on, you defeat it. In a way, as difficult as it is to accept, we should avoid doing what feels good and instead opt to do what is right. Albert Einstein said, a ship is always safe at shore, but that's not what it's built for. It illustrates quite well that staying in that safety zone has completely lost its own purpose. When we say no to opportunities that arise in our life because we feel like the time isn't quite right, or perhaps we're just not ready yet, we are choosing safety over risk by leaving our comfort zone, even if we fail. Due to the laws of alchemy, we can be rest assured, as long as we surrender the results, that despite failure, you are growing within character, growing within wisdom. Staying safe seems to always end up as a regret. I mean, a lot of you remember, 2000. So despite what anybody might be going through, they can know that misfortune does add to wisdom and character. And may our pain be worthy of good fortune, because we've earned it. However, we can't let life suffer us. We have to suffer life and do it deliberately. We have to do it first. We have to sacrifice parts of ourselves first in order to gain the fruits of what transmutation comes with, because none of it is free. Carl Jung blessed us with the words, similar to a tree, the roots of a person are unseen. They consist of our beliefs, experiences, environment, etc. But what really defines a person are their trials, adversities, and tribulations. And really that is what, in a way, defines mankind. There's more than one reason that alchemical manifestos appear in the form of symbols as opposed to words. And one of the reasons, of course, we covered earlier, seems to be obvious at this point, but another reason is to keep your secrets safe. Not to keep power to yourself, but to avoid persecution by the establishments, various establishments, including religious sects and government, that by all means will avoid people coming to their own self-awakening, which is what alchemical transmutation is all about. If you were to look at the secrecy of the Freemasons, for example, their secrecy leads to a lot of speculation and conspiracy, when in fact, they're one of the most charitable and giving and loving and teaching organizations on earth. But they are unfortunately suppressed because their goal is to awaken, to alleviate the suffering of all beings. This goal of theirs is stifled at any turn possible by the higher echelons of the control system. The alchemical process is said to lead to the Philosopher's Stone, which there's a huge misconception about that stone being a physical item, and even rumors of it being coagulated from urine or cerebral spinal fluid. But this is, again, not the case literally. We have to start thinking in symbols. The stone, the Philosopher's Stone, is the self beyond the ego, beyond what you identify as, your conscious format. The thing that exists and observes the rest of what you consider you. That's the Philosopher's Stone. That is what is to be fine-tuned, along with the rest of the body, which is the temple. And that's another metaphor to consider, is that the temple seems to be a symbol for the body, the altar represents your actions, and the soul is the Holy Grail. This concept of transmutation is absolutely a gift to anyone who understands the necessity of the rain, so to speak. An article entitled "The 7 Stages of Alchemy" illustrates quite beautifully some of the metaphors utilized within these 7 steps of the alchemical process, being calcination, dissolution, separation, conjunction, fermentation, distillation, and coagulation. Calcination. The process of calcination is the beginning of alchemy. To calcate something is to burn it until it is reduced to ashes. Any unnecessary residue of the base metal, which is us, could be our ego, some of our unfortunate habits, or characteristics of our personality that we are blind to but need to correct. The second step, dissolution, seems to be based around meditation. That is to make subtle the desires and unfortunate attachments that we gain throughout our life with our animal bodies. Meditation seems to bring stillness to that chaos, which is important when moving forward in this refinement process. The third step, separation, seems to be having a clear view of these characteristics that either need to be corrected, refined, or exacerbated. And by separation, that is the categorization of these attributes of the self, we can take a fine look at them and see how they need to be tuned. The process of separation seems to make us more aware of our authentic feelings and desires. Conjunction is the return of these attributes into unity, a unification of the opposites, so to speak, which is a quite reoccurring theme within all esoteric studies. The marital bond between opposites, such as life and death, male and female, sun and moon, so to speak, or integration of the shadow element of the psyche into our conscious form. As Jung said, until we make the unconscious conscious, it'll control our we'll call it fate. There is then the process of fermentation, which you want to create the germ, a quickening, so to speak, of a potentiality that is residing within, waiting to be accessed. But this is alleviated a bit by this next step, which is distillation. This is to bring purity and almost a form of sweetness to the process that has been rigorous as all hell thus far. But the reason it seems to be still a little within the gritty side of things is because this process forces us to confront our own shadow elements, to confront the parts of ourselves that we deny or are entirely blind to, the parts of ourselves that by all means hold us back from what we should be doing. The last step, coagulation, and by all means the coolest word, coagulation is fun to say, but it is the thickening of those subtle energies into a useful and practical format that is to be recognized by us and not necessarily preached about, but to embody. We are to embody the philosophy that we have taken on as opposed to spreading it as a message. Trash is gonna go up. Coagulation, you might think of an idea coming to fruit, something that is not physically real that can be made real through this 7-step process. Coagulation represents how you conduct yourself and your character, that is your temple, your altar, and how you carry yourself throughout the world as a renewed being, and maintaining that renewal on a regular basis through discipline and practice. And of course, sacrifice, bringing us back to what I feel like is the main core of the alchemical process, if you ask me. The idea of the coagulation of spirit and body being in tune with each other, or a form of hemisync between the hemispheres of the right and left brain. These things don't come to us naturally, at least anymore, especially in today's society where we are belligerently distracted from righteous ideals. It just goes to show that the alchemical process, although misunderstood and safe to say fairly complex upon first appearance, might be a little bit more simple than we are apt to think about, apt to assume. It seems as though, in the same way that if you were hungry, you might go through the drive-thru and get fast food immediately. That's pleasure now. And then you pay for that later that sacrifice finds you in the form of health issues. However, if you are to gather groceries, fruits and vegetables and prepare a meal at home, well, that's work. That's sacrifice now. However, the pleasure comes afterwards and is greatly increased. And that form of pleasure that you've partaken in is now controllable to your will. The same goes for working out. It's difficult now, it becomes pleasure later, and you get to choose the outcome in this case. Whereas sitting on the couch is pleasurable right now, it's comfortable. And there is a time and place for that. I'm not saying don't sit on the couch, but sitting on the couch should be the result of the cause. Sacrifice now leads to pleasure later, and vice versa. There seems to be no way around it, and even those stricken with the most incredible luck eventually find that this law catches up with them at some point. And I'm sure you watching this can think of an example where you've seen this law take place. But it's something that I feel like we all know, but we can't seem to hold on to because of the distractions that are forced upon us by the world, the media, advertising, schooling systems, work, gossip. I mean, the list goes on of things that seem to pull us away from what is important. A person might say that they would take a bullet for their child, and I feel exactly the same way. This is the essence of sacrifice. If we can apply that same passion and that same ethic to our everyday moments, from second to second, trying to keep a mindful awareness of this concept, we might be able to impregnate our life with that same ideal, that same passion. We should treat today as taking that bullet, and we should treat tomorrow as saving our children. In a way, we have all seen the stereotype, a monk that leaves society to reside in the mountains at a monastery where he speaks no words and hears no words spoken, and has no access to pleasures and stimulation for an undetermined amount of time. The monk also does a tremendous amount of physical labor before the rest of the night is spent sitting the fuck down and shutting the fuck up, eventually returning to society after becoming, enlightened. Today's culture will not hesitate to roll both eyes at the sound of that archetype, in the same way that Pavlov's dog would salivate at the sound of a bell that it was programmed to associate with food. So why are we programmed to roll our eyes? Well, this practice seems awfully boring, doesn't it? But why does the monk leave society? Well, he is either fed up with its drama or in despair due to ignorance of his own self. Why does he sit in silence without contact with worldly pleasures like entertainment? Well, the unspoken science of this practice has shown that when we fast from pleasures and instant gratification, the brain begins to produce its own chemical output of dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin without an outside force to beckon it. And lastly, why does he return to society after this time is sacrificed? And that question we can get to later. This particular practice is one of many formats used worldwide to accelerate the process of self-completion. And note, I didn't say betterment, by the way. I said completion. Some time ago, I found myself confronted with events that, to me, meant only devastation and failure. The entire foundation that my feet walked on and depended on crumbled into rubble, and I was falling into complete loss with absolutely no answers or correct direction. Even after years of esoteric study, including alchemy, I found myself blind. The events happening outside of my control made me unable to see. Once blind to all potential and silver linings, I gave up, and that is putting it mildly. I gave up so much that I moved away and into an old house that I could afford. But needed repair as much as I did. I still don't know why, but after moving in, I left out all devices that make contact with the outside world, knowing in a way that this would in fact worsen my pain and loss. I didn't pull out a phone or install a TV. I didn't go to parties, events, or even out to eat. In fact, the meals I had were not prepared, but instead were just the minimal amount of substance I needed to live. It'd be like a handful of spinach right out of the bag, or just a straight carrot. Weeks went by, and the only thing I did was renovate the house, and that work had to be forced. Eventually, I felt a spark one day out of nowhere that was faint. The next day, it was bigger. Eventually, it was an unignorable fire that consumed my entire previous identity. Weird as it sounds, I was gone, and what replaced me was this spark that I simply allowed to take over my persona. The I that I was familiar with was a memory at best, like a dream that happened last night. It was separate from me in a way that I could actually see it and all of its habits and patterns clearly. It was as if I had been for years trying to see the bottom of a pond by moving the water out of the way and only kicking up more mud to cloud the water. After completely giving up, the water rested and the dust settled, becoming still. Glancing back at the pond, the bottom was clear to see and observe. Without analyzing or overthinking, I busted out the camera and microphone that I had been using for years on violent heavy metal music, and I filmed myself talking hella shit about Saturn. And if you're watching this, I don't have to tell you what happened next. I didn't realize at the time that I encountered and lived through an ancient practice that has been called by many names, but most familiar to us here in the West as a dark night of the soul. So in 1578, St. John of the Cross had some ideas that got his ass thrown into prison by his fellow Carmelite brothers who opposed his new ideas. What he wrote down while imprisoned was to become a legendary portion of a much bigger picture. He wrote what's considered to be a poem called Dark Night of the Soul. This metaphorical night works like a slingshot in a way that the further back it is pulled and the more tense it gets, the more accelerated the sentient growth will be. We can see how this works in the stages here. To be clear, this process is not to be confused with depression, but more of a phase that must be allowed to happen. Cannot be fast forwarded or covered up and hidden. There's no going around it, but like the serpent at the front of the cave guarding the treasure, we have to go through it to embody its benefits. It seems as though, in a way, death leads to life, in more than one sense. And although referred to in Buddhism as falling into the pit of the void, this process is a necessary part of people's spiritual evolution. Shannon Kaiser is quoted as describing it as a breaking away from the illusions of fear and ego to shift our alignment and values to what is real and true, the connection to the divine, and ultimately pave the way for your life's purpose and mission here on Earth. Within the stages of this process, there seems to be a common theme. The first stage is a sort of disruption in certainty. You will not be prepared for this. The more persona that the person is holding on to, the worse this beautiful process is going to be. Those addicted to former ideals of things around them being a certain way will have the most trouble. Stage 2 is running completely out of hope and meaning. This sounds negative, but it's necessary, as we will see. At this stage is when a person without the wisdom of sacrifice and alchemical transmutation will ask themselves, how do I get out of this? And try to throw it in reverse to save something that they are bound to shed eventually, thus postponing their awakening. This is not the way to go. If you want to get out of the dark night of the soul, then you go into it, you finish it. Stage 3 is considered rock bottom. Yeah, and by the way, sorry, this is going to be a dark one, guys. This stage 3 consists of just being there within the rock bottom. I won't say to become comfortable with this, as it's not possible, but instead to just accept this happening for what it's worth. Lay down and rest in the suffering. You will face the what is real part of yourself in your life, which is very hard to do. A person who is aware of what is happening does not try to control or drive the amount of suffering involved. At this point, we know we cannot run from our shadow. It is attached to our feet. So get to know it, say hello, and invite your shadow to brunch with your mother-in-law. At this point, it becomes known that this just might be some kind of purification. You are now the lead that is being tormented by sulfur, so to speak. So just wait. In stage 4, an unfamiliar light begins to appear. This is not literal. It is something that you just feel. You don't know what it is yet. You don't all of a sudden get a life purpose, so to speak. You simply begin to understand that there is abundance and value within yourself that can be shared. Oh, we just don't know what yet. But it seems as though all patterns and subconscious traits are now clear as day and no longer avoided. And then having seen them, they break down. Stage 5 of this process is considered authentic seeking. You will become curious about new things as indeed you yourself are now new. You've accepted all of the things about yourself that you have been denying and things about the world that bother you and that you have avoided. Now that the fear is gone and you can seek and study in a much more real and authentic way. This is done without fear. We feel as if the lead previously mentioned might have turned to gold. Stage 6 is walking the path. This part is different for everyone. The results are vastly different for each person. That would make sense considering that in a way we have individuated, as Jung would put it. Words fail at this point and wouldn't do any good anyway, because when it happens, you just know. Your value and life's purpose will just be clear and unresistant. You will embody this philosophy all the way down to your bones. It is now you. It now takes no effort to evolve yourself and the things around you because you don't have to. You are now it instead of a bunch of words that point to it. This last stage makes me wonder if the first stage was sent to us in some kind of divine form or a message as a catalyst. So when you look back, it's as if it was supposed to happen and there's no longer grieving, loss, or regret. It is said that Christ descended to hell after crucifixion and spent 3 days there until resurrecting back to earth to teach what he learned before then ascending to heaven. Other theologians have translated this differently to say that he descended to the depths to preach his philosophy to, quote, the imprisoned, reminding me a bit of the cube that his body died on. Could this all be allegory? So let's look at some of the history behind the concept of the metaphorical death and resurrection. The term initiation seems to paint a picture of some kind of esoteric ritual or Kabbalistic sect, when in fact it is more so based on the idea of becoming conscious. And as we have learned from Jung, there is no coming to consciousness without pain. In the archetype of initiation, the participant is oftentimes tried by his greatest fears and tested by his greatest temptations. Initiation involves a kind of out-of-body experience, whether it be a classic OBE or a metaphor for releasing all bodily desires. Initiation seems to indicate a result of being aware of your own impulses and thus having complete and effortless control of oneself and a person's reaction to outside stimulus. These characters or beings that spread fear and temptation are not necessarily evil and are not demons, but instead elements of yourself being shown to you, gauging your reaction to yourself. This reminds me of the Mara depicted in the Tibetan Book of the Dead, in which case involves literal death as opposed to our subject here of so-called ego death. But I mean, hey, as above, so below, right? I can't pronounce his name, but Fang, his first name being H-S-U-E-H, is quoted as saying, "The whole world is you, yet you keep thinking there is something else." This whole thing so far reminds me of Mithra, who plunged a dagger into the spine of the ox, which kind of represents the release of man from the animal nature. Book that I've been fucking with, Freddie Silva. The mind is affected and agitated in death, just as it is in initiation into the grand mysteries. The first stage is nothing nothing but uncertainty, laborings, wanderings, and darkness. And now, arrived on the verge of death and initiation, everything wears a dreadful aspect. It is all horrors, trembling, and affrightment. But this scene, once over, a miraculous and divine light displays itself. Perfect and initiated, they are free. Crowned, triumphant, they walk in the regions of the blessed. It goes on to say, entering now into the mystic dome, he is filled with horror and amazement. He is seized with solicitude and total perplexity. He is unable to move a step forward, and he is at a loss to find the entrance to that void, which is to lead him to the place he aspires to. But now in the midst of his perplexity, the prophet or conducting hierophant suddenly lays open to him the space before the portals of the temple. I suppose hierophant there kind of alludes to the idea of a Zen master or a guru. Having thoroughly purified him, the hierophant now discloses the initiated to a region all over illuminated and shining with divine splendor. The cloud of thick darkness is dispersed, and the mind, which before was full of disconsolate obscurity, now emerges into day, replete with light and cheerfulness out of the profound depths into which it had been plunged. And then it points out here that seeing things with your own eyes can be referred to as autopsia. So, kind of a cool word there. This is considered a living resurrection, so to speak. After the initiation, the participant no longer fears death or public scrutiny, as he is now completely whole and can have certainty in the midst of uncertainty. But it is also written that the reason for no longer fearing death is that the initiate has seen what lays behind it. This is very parallel to almost every near-death experience reported. People who have been resuscitated from death come back more alive than ever. Their demeanor has now evolved from just living and surviving to complete agreement with what is. Therefore, a sort of a permabliss. Most surprising in near-death experiences, like initiation, the results that take place do not wear off over time, like the profound realizations that come from a hallucinogen or a psychedelic experience. My only hypothesis on this is the one glaring difference between an epiphany from hallucinogens and those from initiation, near-death experiences, are that in the case of plant drugs, something from the outside is changing your point of view, whereas in the case of initiation, the change occurs from within, literally tempering you with its Gnostic wisdom. In that way, this is Gnosis. Instead of receiving a message to learn from, we actually become that message and it becomes us. This doesn't necessarily eliminate hallucinogens from the equation, however. It can be utilized as a small portion of this recipe to enlightenment, but amongst other steps and trials. In fact, it was commonplace in ancient eastern parts of the world for people to leave the body using what was called alchemical narcotics. And I was very surprised to hear rumors about our buddy Lao Tzu. We don't know if Lao Tzu partook in this form of alchemy, but we do know that he would regularly leave his body to, quote, go for a stroll at the origin of things. Let me just say that again in case it didn't slap, because the more you ponder that sentence, the more stunning it is. But yeah, our buddy Lao Tzu would often take his spirit for a stroll to the origin of things. Like, holy shit. In Zoroastrian initiation, priests would leave their body to go on a quest of gathering information from the great library of the above worlds. This practice was very common, actually, to many cultures, including the Maya, the Egyptians, but only undergone by the masters of this art, as an average person might not be able to download such information without going insane. It kind of sounds like a bit of a Lovecraft almost deal there. In Greece, we have the Eleusinian mysteries, and it's believed to be very old, lasted quite some time, of considerable antiquity. This school of thought was intended to elevate man above the human sphere and into the divine, and to assure his redemption by making him or her divine, thus conferring, in a way, immortality upon him. Philosophers we have heard of, like Plato, partake in Eleusinian mysteries. Although it was held secret from governments, philosophers, hierophants, and even slaves alike were all invited to partake in this ritual. One of the only rules was that you couldn't go in twice, and supposedly you didn't have to. So we don't know exactly what took place within the Eleusinian mysteries. We know that men left there having, quote, seen with their own eyes the divine source, and we know that there was a particular kind of brew involved in which we don't have the recipe anymore. But I mean, if you look closely and kind of put the pieces together, you can kind of figure it out. Much like other hallucinogens, these men most likely encountered intelligence of non-human origin that became teachers to them. And in my own personal experience of interaction with what does sure seem to be like divine beings, I was met with a sort of tough love. The beings did not speak with a language or a voice as we find familiar, but instead a more simple and elegant method was used: symbols and notions. The language was direct as can be, because, I mean, well, after all, they were me. If I was to translate these messages into a language, it would certainly come out wrong, but of course, just like any other one of these sessions or experience, you want to write down the best you can what you went through and what you learned. And this is very roughly speaking, the message that I got was like, man, you need to transmute that shit. Level the fuck up now because you are becoming. Every momentary action is building a character in the future, inside and out. You will see the consequences of your inner self soon in the outer world. They are the same thing. You are bound to cause an effect here, and there is a reason for it. You are so overstimulated by outside occurrences that you can't feel the light within you. You are distracted from what actually matters. But it's right there, and it's easy. All you have to do is shed everything you carry on your back. You don't need any of that shit. So, I mean, yeah, I definitely got yelled at. Some people might call that the hyper slap there on the internet. Nevertheless, it goes to show that a bad trip can be a good trip if you are able to decipher it. Even though this message had no ties to any existing axioms, I was reminded of a Zen concept. A cup that is filled to the brim with liquid it's heavy and not useful, and growing more and more stagnant as time goes on. However, if that cup fails to stand on its own or is knocked down by some outside force, all of the liquid inside dumps out and is indeed quite the mess. This mess on the floor fucking sucks for sure. But after we clean it up, we can see now that the cup is empty and now has a purpose once again. It can be filled with better liquid this time, you know, like Patron or Earl Grey tea, whatever is your cup of tea. Maybe some of that weed tea that you all got now, I don't know. Whatever you want now has a place within the emptiness of this cup. Albert Einstein said, quote, "The soul given to each of us is moved by the same living spirit that moves the universe." And I'd like to take a moment to point out that the most respected scientist of all time had just called the motions of the universe to be initiated by a living spirit, something that is alive and not human. The idea here is that within the cube, we are disconnected from divine here in this particular realm, and we're distracted by the pains, pleasures, and desires of the animal nature. Almost as if the entire purpose for being on Earth is to see through these illusions and rejoin the divine while in this realm. This opens a kind of metaphysical portal for the divine to pierce into the lower gross realms through the initiate. In fact, the initiate is that portal. The initiate sees divinity for himself rather than hearing about it, thus Gnosis. He now has knowledge of the above, middle, and lower worlds. Chuang-Tzu is quoted as saying, "When there is no separation between this and that, it is called the still point of the Tao." At the still point, in the center of the spiral, one can see the infinite in all things. And another initiation seems to parallel the Dark Night of the Soul archetype is the Native American process of the spirit quest. Like many other cultures,
This process begins with isolation in remote parts of the wilderness. This is followed by sensory deprivation and starvation. Within the trauma of that self-inflicted pain comes a Gnostic experience of the true self. The self that is all human beings, and also the self that is all living creatures. And last but not least, the self that is the individual's particular and unique path. In all cases, we have shed our skin to reveal the new and divine. We shed our skin, metaphorically speaking, of course, unless you're part of the Agora tribe who, to reach this state of Gnosis, they conduct self-mutilation and oh, golly, read about that one. I can't believe I just said golly. What the? Yeah. Everyone just changed the video. We shed our skin, metaphorically speaking, as this means many different things, including sacrificing everything that we think we are, everything we expect the world to be. You no longer have to change the world because you have changed yourself. Paradoxically, well, changing the world. Once we are divine, as opposed to speaking of divinity, a bubble forms that just cannot be penetrated by worldly things. In Christian theology, it is written that Christ spoke the words, "Except a man be born again," resurrection, he cannot see the kingdom of heaven, or the true and purest form of self, basically. And this seems to indicate that this process is important to undergo at some degree, lesser or more depending on the initiate. But let's be careful. At the beginning of this video, we compared this process to a slingshot, stating that the more we pull back the rubber strap, the more accelerated the rock flies. Thus, seemingly, the more suffering, the higher the sentient growth, like an accelerated evolution for consciousness. But let's remember that if you pull the straps of that slingshot too far back, the straps will break. And, well, anyone familiar with Friedrich Nietzsche doesn't need an explanation concerning that metaphor. We cannot force this. We have to let it find us. And until then, maintain and take good care of your sling. Self-realization seems to tie together at least 3 of our 7 Hermetic laws, cause and effect being an obvious one, as above so below, as we know that this death is metaphorical, yet the same principles seem to apply to literal death. And most importantly, our reoccurring theme of polarity, principle that seems to point to this idea that just like the slingshot, our dark night of the soul, or initiation, or Eleusinian mysteries, or whatever else you may have it, the individuation, confrontation with the shadow, spirit quest, all these different cultures have a different word for this same process that seems to indicate that the more we are tested, the more we gain resolve. And at some point, there seems to be almost a bit of a breaking point that causes the person to, in a way, lose their mind. Or so they think at first. But really, while they're losing their mind, just like our cup that lost its stagnant water, it leaves them open to receive prana that, when used carefully, subtly, and accepted, brings out the best in a person, quite literally through the worst in them. When St. John of the Cross suffered inside of that jail cell, the literature that he came up with does not seem to be coming from a suffering man. It doesn't seem to be sourced from pain. In fact, if anything, the dark night of the soul is illumination from a man who has been inspired by humanity and from his own divine spark, in a way celebrating his untouchableness from the chaos of the outer world, considering that he now had this bubble of protection in which no worldly things could pierce. This cryptic yet religious and inspiring piece of literature from this man who simply had new ideas about the essence of what God is, and inspiration to speculate upon previous notions that we have to accept that information gets updated, and we cannot force ourselves to stick with previous ideals when presented with new information. And St. John of the Cross, I think, was kind of the Copernicus or the Giano Bruno of religion, whereas Copernicus and Giano Bruno were murdered or imprisoned
because their ideas were so outside of the common norm that people were disturbed by it. But now we can definitively prove that both of them were correct. The Earth is not the center of the universe, and in fact, stars are suns with planets, as Giano Bruno pointed out, and got burned at the fucking stake for it. The guy who discovered germs was imprisoned. They called him superstitious. And I mean, look at us today, obsessed with soap and toilet paper, you know? But St. John of the Cross, I do believe, the same as Giano and Copernicus, was onto something, but a bit deeper than what occurs in physical reality. His theories are, of course, incredible, but they're shadowed by his piece of literature that we'll check out now. It seems to be coming from a man who is eager to learn, eager to transmute, and eager to take an opportunity of absolute, dissolute annihilation and turn it into something worth high value. This man turned lead into gold, as well as any alchemist I can think of. The year is 1460. The ruler of Florence had sent his best monk to scour the land for ancient cryptic texts. What the monk brought back was above and beyond any expectations, almost as if the text wanted to be found and used. The 14 codices came out swinging with a description of what today might be compared to a full-blown DMT breakthrough, or a moment of spiritual epiphany so grand that it set the course for esoteric thought ever since. The manuscript read, "When my understanding was raised to a great height and my body was withdrawn into sleep, someone immensely great of infinite dimensions happened to call my name and spoke. I am Poimandre, the thinking mind of the Supreme, and I am with you everywhere. Hold in your mind all that you wish to learn, and I will teach you." He then changed in form, and all things opened up before me. I beheld a boundless view. All had become a gentle and joyous light before a downward moving darkness, fearful and loathsome, which I experienced as a twisting and enfolding motion appeared before me. I saw the nature of darkness change into a watery substance, which was indescribably shaken about and gave out a smoke as if from fire, culminating in an unutterable, mournful echo. There was sent forth from the watery substance a loud, inarticulate cry, as I thought. Out of this light came forth the word, which entered into the watery substance, and fire leapt from the substance and rose up, piercing and active, away from the earth and water, which remained mingled together as one. They were kept in motion by the breath of the word, although they did not hear. Poimandre spoke. "Have you understood the meaning of what you have seen?" "I shall come to know it," I said. "Your light is Nous, the thinking mind, who was before the watery substance. That which sees and hears within you is the word of the Lord. The Nous is the Father. They are not separate. Their union is life. Perceive the light and know it." Poimandre looked looked at me and his form made me tremble, but I was intent on learning these things. That's when the word leapt forth from the downward moving elements to the pure work and was united with the creator Nous, and the downward moving elements of creation were left behind without the word to be only matter alone. Nous, the creator, together with the word encompassing the spheres and spinning them round with a rushing motion, caused them to revolve with no fixed beginning and an end with no limit, for it begins where it ends. The rotation of the spheres brought forth from the downward moving elements living beings without speech, for they did not contain the word. But Nous brought forth man, as the same as himself, whom he loved as his own child. For man was very beautiful, bearing the image of his father, and he handed over to him all his creation. Man himself wished to create, and was given permission to do so by the Father, being begotten in the sphere of the Creator. Having acquired knowledge, he wished to break through the circumference of the spheres and come to know the power of him who was set in authority over the fire. Of all living beings on earth, man alone is double, mortal because of the body, immortal because of the real within. For although being immortal and having authority over all, he suffers mortal things which are subject to destiny. Although above the harmony of the cosmos, he has become a slave within it. Poimandre spoke.
This is the mystery which has been kept secret until this day. For nature, united with man, has brought forth a wonder of wonders. Man was of the spirit and had the nature of the harmonies of the seven spheres.
I asked, what after this, Poimandre? I desire to hear more.
Be silent. I have not yet fully expounded what I have begun to say.
Oh, damn. Okay. Untold his ass. Indeed, I shall say nothing, said I.
All things of the perceptible world remained so until the end of a cycle and the beginning of the ages. On completion of the cycle, the bond of all was loosed according to the will of God. May the man endowed with Nous recognize that he is immortal, that desire is the cause of death, and he may come to know all things that are. If you have understood, tell me.
Shaken, I replied, because the grim darkness is the first origin of one's own body, from which darkness arose the watery nature, from which darkness the body is formed in the sensory world, of which death drinks.
You have observed correctly. Mark your words. I, Nous itself, come to the aid of the devout, the noble, the pure, merciful, and those who live piously, and my presence becomes a help. Straight away, they come to know all things.
Back in Florence, upon reading this, a chill ran down the spine of the ruler. He looked at the monk who had brought this corpus. He, recognizing this codex as older than that of Moses, immediately instructed his scholar to suspend his project of translating the dialogues of Plato so that he could now undertake this divine work. A work that went underground, kept alive and preserved by the Rosicrucians and Freemasons before emerging into the light of day to the public eye years later, becoming known to us as the Corpus Hermeticum, or the Dialogues of Hermes Trismegistus, a codex that makes one particular concept crystal clear, that the all is mind and the universe is mental. What you do with this revelation is up to you, and yours alone. Just like any results, so are the repercussions. There is a saying, how you do one thing is how you do everything. For many, including myself, this translates to ability to focus. Our attentive longevity to say words on a page translates right on over to our capacity to aim our thoughts and retain focus on ideas, goals, and divine influence. Luckily, there are ways to sharpen our awareness of the subtle. We can work out our third eye, but first we need to know what we're looking at. The Holy Trinity has parallels in every religion. Different cultures in different places have different languages. The names have changed, but the story stays the same. The Hindu version is called the Trimurti, featuring one of the most mysteriously persevering personifications of all time, the Brahma. It is stated that everything we experience in human reality is Maya. Basically, the Brahma dreams just like we do, but on a macrocosmic scale. A dream of such large scale that entire realities exist within it, one of which is our universe. The implications of this notion are vast. If taken seriously, it means we are all not only deeply entangled, but made of one thing with no differentiating borders. It indicates that the observer is one and the same with the observed. Thus, consciousness is a universal law by which all material things are birthed and adhere. It also indicates that our universe is temporary, as any physical body. When the Brahma blinks his cosmic eye open, our world dissipates from being a real experience to only a memory, stored as information on a transmute hard drive, often called the Akashic Records. A notion somehow both comforting and terrorizing. That is, if you believe it. The majority of people repudiate such a grand concept, assuming mythic tales are the product of ancient, outdated piety and faith-driven zeal. Understandable. But these same naysayers will put serious contemplation into a new hypothesis that's been gaining serious traction for some time now: simulation theory. A hypothesis that our reality is not the reality, and we live within a program designed by some otherworldly, possibly inconceivable beings. And they have good reason to think this way. Universal constants like gravitation and light speed indicate that the universe is fine-tuned. Quantum physics, like the double-slit experiment and measurement problem, hints that we project reality. Code seemingly written into our DNA and the fabric of space-time itself seems deliberate. The famous Planck length reveals so-called pixels that make up our illusory world. The Fibonacci sequence found in all living things indicates a mathematical blueprint of design. The neurological structure of the brain itself has proven to be holographic in nature. Like the Brahma, each one of these examples were also once considered fundamentally irrational, and our prior axiom bears repeating. The names have changed, but the story stays the same. Different cultures describe things different ways. We live in a scientific culture, a bit of pattern recognition, and we see that the scientific notions put forward as evidence for simulation theory also describe attributes of the Brahma. But how could people this long ago have had knowledge this deep concerning the universe? They didn't have technology and education to measure such things, right? Wouldn't they need microscopes, spectrometers, and particle detectors to gain such existential insight? Well, Zen Master Dogen spoke wisdom that still haunts. He said, "Why study the ways of the universe when you can watch a pebble in a stream?" A quote suggesting that elaborate and expensive instrumentation is unnecessary to understand reality, suggesting an inner standing. Could it be that these profound revelations can be unlocked by simply looking within? To answer that question, perhaps we should take example from Master Dogen and choose the middle path between the two. One, the concept of the Brahma, is so unfathomably ancient that we can't possibly know its source, much less the people who conceived it. So it's a bit abstract to us today. The other, simulation theory, is brand new, hence only in its infancy stage, making it fleeting and incomplete. But right in the middle of both, we find someone speaking our language. Thrice in his greatness of knowledge, wisdom, and piety is Hermes Trismegistus, formerly known as Jehudi in Egypt. both names being rejected by my spell checker as I type this. How quickly we forget. Old Hermdog T is, of course, the father of the 7 Hermetic principles, or Hermetics, the first of which is, by no accident, the one to kick off the list. Unlike the first 2 rules of Fight Club, it does not bear repeating, because all other principles, like our universal constants of science, or the Sanat Kumara of the Hindu Brahma, seem to fall in line as categorized fractals of this first main principle. You already know it by name: Mentalism. The all is mind. An axiom as heavy, complex, and hard to swallow as it is ridiculously simple. So simple that anyone anywhere can experience full-flooded Gnosis just by realizing it. So simple that no instruction manual is needed in harnessing the law as a tool, an alchemical tool that should be used strictly for good. Foreshadowing. Service to others is a cornerstone to avoid backfire. So heads up. Finding out that separate religions differ only by the mouth noises used to describe the same things might not be a surprise. But to observe that modern science is doing the same is much harder to digest. But look at the name, modern science. When something is new enough that we are born into its existence, a focalizing bias takes place. We inherently identify with it because it surrounds our sphere of learning, molding it to our scope of conceptual grasp. In other words, it's new and it's ours. Thus, it must be above and beyond all other previous models. The result is clear. Modern science is held not only separate, but in opposition to all other dogmas, despite it being just one of many ways to explain reality. Its only attribute separate from the rest is, ironically, also its limitation. It claims that reality stops at physical matter. But Hermes Trisman III mastered his philosophy without these borders and categories. To him, science and religion were one and the same. Without those limitations, he was able to think outside the box, to create outside the cube, to exist outside the tesseract. If all these seemingly different ways of explaining the universe can be traced back to a single universal law that all reality hinges on, we can't help but wonder, is it all in my head? Or is my head all in my mind? So, quantum physics indicates that everything is potential until observed. Neuroscience indicates that our brain filters that down to become manageable. Psychology indicates that personal beliefs shape that reality according to what you want to experience, whether you want it or not. So whether or not an objective reality exists outside of us doesn't matter. Your mind creates your reality in every second. For example, the double slit experiment. It insists that the observer collapses the wave of potentiality into hard reality. This tells me that Carl was right about the subconscious mind. It makes decisions for us without our conscious consent. Until we painfully bring it up to eye level, it will continue doing so. And we will assume things are happening to us from the outside, because surely it is the powerful mind of the subconscious, our programming, that collapses the wave function, and not our lesser, fleeting thoughts. Now, if you ask Neil about the double slit experiment, he throws it under the bus, saying this.
This whole idea is the observer effect, where if you're not looking at it, you get one result, but if you look at it, you get another result. Then people overinterpreted that as though your consciousness is affecting the experiment. Here's what's going on. The light is coming from the bulb, reflecting off of you, entering my retina, going to my brain. But if you're an electron, I turn on the lights, the photon hits the electron jumps to a different state. I cannot know what the electron is doing unless I illuminate it, and if I illuminate it, it's doing something different from what it was before I illuminated it. It has nothing to do with consciousness. It has to do with interacting with the object in order to make a measurement.
However, if you ask Neil about the double slit experiment, he'll say this.
Double slit experiment on a whole new level, tracing its precise path, either through the right slit or the left slit. This is where the weird begins. I cannot explain to you what you're about to see. That's because no one on Earth understands it yet. If you can't live with that, then you're not going to be happy with what lies up ahead. On the smallest possible scale that we've ever discovered, the quantum universe, the mere act of observation changes reality. I know it sounds crazy, but in every trial ever conducted, the outcome depends on whether or not the experiment was observed.
Wow, those are two different things. Thanks, Neil. It is easier to assume that mind is confined to the brain, restricted to the self. But if it isn't, a lot of the rules go out the window. For decades now, mothers of nonverbal children have claimed to share thoughts with them. They've been shy about it until recently, very recently, because they have been ignored by scientific professionals.
I knew that a lot of people would think, boy, Diane's gone off the deep end. But
That's the risk any scientist takes when they challenge the current paradigm. Even though I knew I was risking my scientific reputation.
I started testing them, and I found that they were exceedingly accurate.
What is the next number?
3.
After the medical board took my license away, I had to prove my sanity. Once I did, I said, I'm going to prove that ESP is real.
It is hypothesized that being nonverbal turns down the mental chatter of the brain that we all suffer from and opens up the mind to more subtle forces like the thoughts of others. The skeptics have said that this is simply a case of nonverbal communication owed to the closeness shared between the child and parent. Basically, that there are tells being performed undetected by the outside observers. It is also important to note that the skeptics who say this were not present, and neither were we. So, middle path, right? But perhaps we should remain skeptical of the skeptics when seeing footage like this.
3. Here we go. Oh, good. 8 and...
Now, I didn't see any trickery there, but then again, neither do I with David Blaine. But this is assuming that a house mom and an autistic child have the same career skill as David Blaine. But again, middle path. Seeing a person as nonverbal leads to a surface level assumption that they are not very clever. This is 1,000 miles from the truth. When given a new way to communicate, they pour out an unexpected deluge of insight and awareness. Many will even describe other worlds along with beings in surprisingly fine detail. Some reveal verbiage of poetic level rhetoric, but only when describing these elements of divinity. This reminds me quite a bit of savants, particularly ones who have no skills or abilities outside of one very specific thing, that at which they are impossibly good. And I mean impossibly good. For 1,000 years, and to this day, we have accounts of people who can name the day of the week that falls on, June 17th of the year 1084. They will tell you the exact weekday name within or without the Gregorian calendar changes. Nobody gave them that info. And if it was given, that means that they memorized 1 million units of information. There are people who can calculate 14,672 divided by pi and answer it accurately down to the 100th decimal like a calculator, basically instantly, as if the information was just already there. In one of the wildest accounts, a boy could go into any parking lot and tell you the year, make, model, and history of each individual car. Before this ability was stumbled upon, he had no previous contact with those bits of intel. It's like they have AI installed at birth, somehow downloading information from a cosmic internet. But like North Korea, there's only one website available. I cannot even come close to hypotheticals as to why or how this is possible. But I can tell you one very important thing about these abilities. When the mind is laser focused on one particular thing, the downloads available on that very thing are sharp and accurate, to the point of superpower. On the contrary, though, a mind scattered by differing avenues is spread thin and overwhelmed by option paralysis, insipidly attempting to multitask. This tells us volumes about the potentials of meditation and visualization exercises. We're going to hit up some widely overlooked how-tos here in a few, but it also shows us that mind exists outside the body of a person or being. More accurately speaking, it is outside the being where mind typically occurs, or Gnosis. If you wish proof this kind of hive mind, take a look at insects. Cicadas emerge from the ground every so often, but their timing hinges on very complex mathematics based on primary numbers. Bet your left nut, not one of those little buggers is nousing those equations on their own. Ants in a colony also think as one unit, paying no attention to its own particular body. Could it be that a person with autism is closer to the causal realms due to differences in brain chemistry that make them less distracted by the survival mode of tangible human biology? This trait is certainly shared by experienced meditators who had to work for their gift of insight, and Zen masters who have the same abilities. After all three of these groups have one definite trait in common. They are all people of few words. I guess that's gonna go ahead and exclude me from that group. I be yapping. Perhaps Terence McKenna was right, that language shapes our reality, but are we weighed down by our own language? Does it inhibit us? If you have ever been dating a person who, after a while, insists that you answer the question, "What are we?" you might know how frustrating it can be to categorize everything according to social norms created by language. Perhaps the native people of indigenous cultures were right when they told Carl that they think from the heart, and that thinking with the brain organ designed for sensing was childishly naive. I mean, it is widely accepted now that we have neurological triggers in both gut and heart. So we have 3 brains, but 1 mind? Hard to tell what to make of this, especially because I am depending on language to say it. That's why I put these symbols up here all the time, in case you were wondering. Perhaps we can find a person with these abilities who is not shy of words. A person who is modern, yet carries verified validation of his extraordinary mental abilities. Let me introduce you to an untold side of Ingo Swann.
Here was one day when I was trying to see what this target was, and I drew this here, and I said, this is letters of some kind, and it may be Arabic letters. This turned out to be a very important experiment, because here was the target tray. Didn't get this, didn't get that, and I thought it didn't get that either. When Dr. Osis saw the result, he came running downstairs from his office. He says, you got it, you got it. Just turn your response upside down, and there it is. Well, this came as a complete shock to me, because I did not do this consciously. This was pre-conscious processes, and this was coming from some autonomic response inside of me, completely bypassing consciousness stuff. And this was the first time I realized this must be part of our species inheritance. And the implication was that we all have this capability somewhere in us. Our minds can be conditioned to become different, as we all know that. But our inner systems that are doing perception at some other level beneath our consciousness must be there.
The reason I say introduce you to is because everyone knows of his remote viewing by now, but few have read his unique views on consciousness itself. To me, seeing someone who can harness these extraordinary abilities while staying in his logical functioning mind permits a deeper dive into his own philosophies, going a bit further than the sensational documentaries based on his work of remote viewing Mars for the CIA, which will have to be its own episode. Coming soon, by the way. In his book, Reality Boxes, he writes, with respect to language research, it is easy enough to identify the different languages to the innate language module in the motherboard of human consciousness. The problem is that language researchers cannot yet find the language program itself, which is apparently installed in the seat of consciousness, not locatable so far. The Tuareg people of Africa in the Great Sahara Desert have some 12 different kinds of winds and many kinds of sand. They have assigned names and working frames of reference for them, for which there are no equivalents in English. Eskimo cultures have taken the measure of at least 17 different kinds of snow and their implications. In cultures dependent on camels, an extensive list of camel attitudes has long been available. Those lumpy-ass loogie ponies are very sassy. Of the Polynesian islanders, many different kinds of ocean waves. In ancient India, yoga texts identify dozens of different aspects or types of mind and of consciousness via Sanskrit terms for which there are no equivalents in English. So it's impossible to really discuss those types. This author, Swan, can identify at least 10 different types of telepathy. So along with wind just being wind, camels just being camels, telepathy is just telepathy. Merely labeling manifold kinds of telepathy as just telepathy does not enable needed distinctions of the many kinds of it, and neither does labeling consciousness as just consciousness. If human consciousness is being mentally conscious or aware of anything, then consciousness per se is not amendable to having its measure taken, the implication being that it is not only endless but also infinite. Thought transference, dubbed telepathy, was attributed to the strange. The reason was that it transcended the laws of physical matter, as those laws were understood. Since this understanding was generated within an alpha reality box, insisting that matter was the only reality, telepathic experiencing could be ejected from any consideration. The strategy did not prevent telepathic experiencing from happening, of course, especially the vivid, well-documented kind via which mothers could sense when their children were in danger. What is not completely understood is that in the transferring of the information, bits are often sent through a series of subconscious processing, the principal function of which is to decode information bits so that they can be related to whatever is stored in memory banks. It seems that information theorists sorted out our sensing systems receive an astronomical 11 million information bits per second. Only an incredibly small, repeat, incredibly small fraction of those bits manage to get through to the neocortex and trigger conscious awareness and perception. Immanuel Kant proposed that ideas and how they are understood stand between reality and any understanding of it. For clarity, reality exists of which the mind makes whatever reality box ideas it can. The knowing is composed. As John Locke indicated, the knowing mind assumes it knows, but ideas absolutely have to be based in some kind of frame of reference. What this means to involved researchers is that consciousness eludes efforts of the brain imagers to corral it. This inspires some researchers boldly to argue that the seat of consciousness itself is not in the brain. Nevertheless, there's a global brain state that's constantly in flux. There exists an interesting saying: if you ask a fish to describe its environment, it will point out everything but the water. Yet another, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. It could also be said that you can lead specimens of the human species to their collective bigger picture, but all they'll see is the particular edge on which they are standing. All specimens of the human species have awareness, but they are so commonly and redundantly present that, like the fish's water, they are not seen. It can be stipulated that there are different kinds or types of awareness via which different things become revealed, and so it can justifiably be thought that a veritable or virtual motherboard ocean of awareness does exist, but which, like the proverbial water, flows in different ways and different patterns. Thus, it can be stipulated that there are different kinds or types of awareness via which different things become revealed, and so it can justifiably be thought that a veritable or virtual or motherboard ocean of awareness does exist, but which, like the proverbial water, flows in different ways and different patterns. So, despite consciousness or mind being elusive to measure, we can understand, at least minutely, how bits of information are picked up by our sense receptors to be filtered through our subconscious. The subconscious then regurgitates some of that information up to our waking or thinking brain in a way that we can understand, making it clear that what we think we know is molded by whatever the subconscious is previously set up for. This is devastating to our notion of free will. Until, of course, we go back to that advice given by Uncle Carl. Until we make the unconscious conscious, it will direct our lives and we will call it fate. Our thoughts, words, actions, and thus resulting lives are at the mercy of this programming, living so deep within us that we can't see it, outside of fleeting dreams and knee-jerk reactions. It is the water to our inner fish, begging the question, how do we actually, manually, go about digging up this elusive, deeper mind enough to get a good look at it? And when we finally do, what procedure should be done to harness it and configure it to better work for us and our higher needs? Even though this process will path differently to each person, there are a few surefire how-tos. Let's dive in. The Buddha, the Siddhartha one, once said, all that we are is defined by our thoughts. It begins where our thoughts begin, it moves where our thoughts move, and it rests where our thoughts rest. Just like we are the result of Source, our life is the result of the Source within. All right, enough discourse. Step one is simple. Shut the f*** up. Seriously. It is often assumed that meditation's purpose is for the brain to rest from acrobatic thinking, because that's absolutely true. It is like fasting for neurons. But more importantly, when the conscious mind empties out, even for a moment, it allows room for that pesky old subconscious to boil up into your coherent cognition, thus making the unconscious conscious. Now, we want a direct flow between the upper and the lower, the thinking mind and the programmed mind. So let's take a look at another Hermetic axiom, that of correspondence. We want to make that flow direct and straight, an unbroken circuit between the below and the above. In this case, your spine, and the causality of the subtle will follow suit. Hey, the tailbone's connected to the pine bone, so to speak. We'll put some anatomy up there. If you have ever wondered why we are told to have our backs straight, level, and plumb while in meditation, well, it's not just about tradition. We are electrical by nature, and the juice is carried by fluids, namely cerebral spinal fluid. We want a straight shot with no resistance between our sacrum, the heat and energy source, to the top where the magic is fitting to happen. Try having your back against a wall at first until you capture this posture. The key is to become perfectly straight. And don't worry, you can still do this while being super gay. Actually, it might be better off. There is a torus shape of electromagnetic energy surrounding you. You can sense this field particularly well when not distracted. To be able to sense it also means to imagine it. Sounds like woo-woo, but this is a two-way street. Like placebo, at least, we are projecting as much as we are taking in. When your back is straightened out, paving the way for a cerebral cocktail highway, the energy finds its way easier. Thus, you can easier imagine the center of that torus as a straight line running through your core. Having this image stapled to your focus is like inviting and insights and revelations into your E-field. This is assuming that you've cleared the mind of all the clutter. This is the difficult part. Difficult because of intrusive thoughts, of course. They sneak in uninvited. So we might call upon a third Hermetic principle, that of polarity, opposites. When a particularly unpleasant thought creeps in, don't even bother trying to get rid of it. Blocking non-tangible things with a brick wall is absolutely futile. The etheric is emergent by nature, magnetic to equivalent frequencies, beyond any barriers. So lean in. Strategically embrace the negativity with its opposite. Get a good look at the qualities and personality of the intrusive thought and trace a line from it to its direct opposite. This is easy and simple, but not to be confused with replacement, like mentally sitting on a beach in the sun. If you want to do that, just go find a beach. What I mean here is to find the specific antithesis of the intrusive thought with a straight line that can go on boundlessly in a parallel yet opposing direction. This is easier than replacing the thought because it gives us a handle to grasp onto. Doing this is like push-ups for the mind. That muscle gets stronger with practice until eventually it is a habit that is done without effort. This repetitious action of non-action is precisely how we reprogram the knee-jerk reactions of the subconscious until we are finally capable of clearing the mind of any and all thoughts, or as the Buddhists would say, to empty your cup. Clearing the mind of stagnating, redundant ruts of thought cycles is key. There are many ways to do this. Some people use a repeated mantra or focus on their own breathing and bodily sensations. Some hit the cheat code and trick their own brain up by asking, "I wonder what my next thought will be." This triggers a gap to emerge between thought loops. You might even do something as flat simple as a countdown to no thoughts. Literally, like 3, 2, 1, no thoughts starting now. And then hold on to that, gently as long as possible, as long as you can, until they, thoughts come tumbling back in. It's different for everyone, but the main goal is to recognize when the thinking mind starts back up, catch it and recognize it happening, and then gently shepherd your mind back to whatever practice happens to be working for you. There is a reason that old JC said to his apostles, "Take no thought." You'll notice he didn't say, "Have no thought." He knew that thoughts are not generated by the brain, but instead are downloaded into it. It's like floodgates. Too much and we have thought option paralysis. When we take no thoughts, we are clearing out the garage completely. Put it all in the yard. Before bringing the bicycles and kayaks that they wanted so bad but never used back in, one at a time, thus reorganizing it properly. When it's reorganized properly, we can focus properly. And maybe we should consider selling the kayaks. It takes up a quarter of the garage to senda, and I want to set up my drum kit so it can attempt foot rudiments performed by the greatest drummer who has ever lived, whose identity is obvious to anyone with ears to hear. All right. I like the thing, but I can play drums though. There's no room in here. Key word coming in hot here is focus. This is the most important part. Maintaining a laser focus on one particular idea. As simple as it sounds, our greatest weakness in developing mental superpowers is being pulled in a million directions by a million thoughts. Multitasking is an illusion. We shouldn't expect our minds to do it any more than we can. This is the difference between peppering somebody with buckshot from a shotgun and putting a single bullet into someone's forehead. Terrible example, but the aim here is to execute a goal, right? So a little wordplay won't hurt. The shotgun works fine when we're in the dark, when we can't see what we want to. We shoot in a vague direction, grazing our target, but also the lava lamp, and now we have a mess. A bullet is refined and condensed. It requires a sharp eye that sees clearly. It gets the job done thoroughly without the collateral damage. This is what we should aim for. My Canadian friend Zoe sent me an old book called The Finding of the Third Eye. And just like many old books concerning the esoteric, it aged well in illustrating this point. When the third eye is opened, the individual begins to see all the manifold creatures and activities of the ether, and he approaches much nearer to the causes and realities of life. The mind can have power over everything which it can visualize. He sees exactly what his thoughts are and what happens to them. Once he has thoroughly comprehended the region of thought, he uses and controls his thinking apparatus to much greater purpose. The yogi or sage who wishes to know truth at first hand and to study the workings of the universe sets himself earnestly and patiently to reawaken his third eye into activity, using time-worn and tested methods. Truth is the essence of purity, and therefore, as the sage knows, can only be contacted by one of a like vibration. He next works to bring the brain under the complete subjection of his will instead of at the mercy of outside influences. I know I'm reading another book right now, but I didn't forget about you. You'll be all right, buddy. Quit it. Gravity. By a series of carefully planned exercises, he trains his mental equipment in much the same way as a dancer trains her muscles. The dancer gains complete control of her body at the cost of tremendous work and sacrifice. The sage, for about the same cost of effort, gains complete control of the mind. The mind is a very powerful instrument. It can be compared with material of electrical constituency, which has, if concentrated to one point, the same burning quality as fire. If a mind is divided upon several thoughts, its burning force is dispersed in various directions. If concentrated upon one single point, it becomes as burning glass to the sun. Man is a god in the making, and the goal is waiting before him. When once he has set his feet firmly upon the path of attainment, his earnest aspirations will burn the dross out of his body and mind. Then, by degrees of the centers of force located within his 7 major glands, he will be enabled to function. These sensors connect him with the knowledge of and power to consciously work in the different planes of matter. Man's whole mentality can by this means be reoriented and changed from a limited perception of third-dimensional objective life to a broad understanding concerning the why and wherefore of the universe and his own part in the scheme of things. He achieves a telepathic union with the mind of the being whose body is this solar system, sometimes spoken of as cosmic consciousness. The science of self-development along these lines usually includes special dieting, fasting, breathing, and posture. But the principal aspect of this training is known as meditation. The actual man himself, his real personality, and all of him that will endure, dwells within the heart. All that man learns through training and combining his physical brain with his higher mind must be linked with his heart before it really is his. Christ said, "As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And where a man's heart is, there will his treasure also be." This should remind us of the center of our electromagnetic torus field that we were speaking about. We can gather that Jesus Christ taught his disciples the science of meditation. Often he took them apart into a high place or plane. We read that one of them even reached the third heaven and learned there of things which no man is allowed to tell. The Buddha sat in meditation for years until he gained access to the universal knowledge. Such great spirits have done much of the preliminary work for us and have shared with us their knowledge. So all we need to do is to profit by it. It is not necessary for all of us to travel the occult path, to study deeply, and to train as mystics. It is never too early or too late for any of us to take the quickest way, to begin to learn to love, to clear out all the accumulated rubbish of false thinking, intolerance, and greed, which is robbing us of the light of life. He will, through opening his heart in love, establish a direct link with the great plan, the joy of which superconscious knowledge will uphold him through all experience. It will illuminate his path through life, investing sorrows and joys with the radiance of their inner message. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor do palaces make a paradise. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a hell out of a heaven, or a heaven out of a hell. The first step to mastery is, therefore, to put the mind in order, to train it to work clearly and dispassionately, and to establish a true perspective on life. We must clear out from our minds quite mercilessly all the accumulated rubbish, so that we will have a clean, free field in which to develop the marvelous latent powers which are our heritage. The effects of people's emanations upon flowers, animals, and children is often very noticeable, each their chemical form and action. It is obviously impossible for doctors or teachers to do us any permanent good until we learn not to poison ourselves and those around us. The true spiritual qualities entirely eliminate these poisons. Absolute faith makes fear and worry an impossibility. One who is able to live in this way needs no outside help and sheds warmth and radiance on all around him. The yogi discards all possessions and tries to discover the minimum needs for physical existence. This should remind us of the Poimandre's main message to Hermes in our intro today. The next step is to study our own processes of thought. We will soon discover that we are usually thinking of 100 different things at once. It would be impossible for several shorthand typists to capture all the thoughts which jostle one another through our brains in the space of even a few moments. This shows that we divide the power of our minds up into about 100 parts, giving only a small portion of it to any one thing. Therefore, we do most things with a tiny percentage of our actual capacity, which usually remains forever unknown. Once having eliminated all unnecessaries from our minds, we can give undivided attention to anything we do. The completely undivided attention of the mind is all-powerful, omnipotent, and a force that can burn through everything and bend everything to its command. If the all is mind, then we are surrounded by invisible intelligence, always and deliberately morphing us and our world, making creation and evolution just two words for the same thing. What is this intention that lies just beyond the wall of sleep that begs our attention so cautiously yet also urgently? This divine spark that makes man more than just an organism in its environment is debated against with great heat, despite being self-evident. Why? We have to remember that the rules of reality were written by man, in the language of man, thus can be turned on its head at any point. Best illustrated in A World Split Apart. If the world has not reached its end, it has reached a major watershed in history, equal in importance from the turn from the Middle Ages to the Renaissance. It will demand from us a spiritual blaze. We'll have to rise to a new height of vision where our physical nature won't be cursed as in the Middle Ages, but our spiritual being won't be trampled on as in the modern era. This ascension is similar to climbing onto the next anthropological stage. No one on earth has any other way but upward. There is a book that I am sure you're familiar with, or at least heard of, called The Kybalion. You may have also heard the arguments against it. Comment section experts are quick to point out that it is a modern text and not a true, authentic, cryptic manuscript written by the hand of some divinely begotten ancient sages endowed with ancient wisdom. Calm down, Pythagoras. You're technically right, but also missing the point entirely. We have made clear that language shapes how we see reality. This makes clear the importance of clearing out that very clutter before making room for divine inspiration. The original Hermetica is truly cryptic and anciently authentic. Great. It was written a bazillion years ago. Neato burrito. But it's not quite speaking our language anymore. For real, no caps. Its Riz is straight time worn. This is so stupid. Understanding it takes the kind of focus and insight that comes from first stepping one foot in the door. This is where books like The Kybalion come in to make for a great appetizer, prepping the mind's comprehensive patterning to actually absorb the mystical qualities that may otherwise fly over our heads. This is why I have always said not to read Carl Jung's Red Book until after digesting his lighter and easier Man and His Symbols first. Once the latter is comprehended, the abstraction of thought forms produced by his Red Book will now have an easier way into the old pineal bean. Unfortunately, too much understanding of the Red Book can lead to existential terror. Damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? That part's not relevant, but a warning as such is at least polite. The Kybalion states that the all creates the universe mentally, in a manner akin to the process whereby man creates mental images. This helps us make sense of the terms used in the more cryptic Hermetica. For example, the name Poimandre itself is a Greek adaptation of a prior Egyptian word, meaning mind of authority. The term nous is not exactly parallel to our word mind either, and is a bit more of a verbiage for the activity performed by the mind's thinking and action. The term nous is not exactly parallel to our word mind either, and is a bit more of a verbiage for the activity performed by the mind's thinking and action. This is the part to be harnessed, as pure mind itself, of course, has no feedback to reflect on. The Kybalion makes it clear that mind is the indispensable condition of existence. It is just already there first, and everything else is merely a form birthed from it. This helps us to better understand the Hindu concept of living within the dream of the Brahma. It is both parabolic and literal simultaneously. Ryan Topping, whose last name is Topping, illustrates this beautifully. Form is an old word, but one worth remembering. Imagine two planks of oak cut from the same tree. A carpenter leaves behind one slab of wood and begins to work on another. An hour later, the second plank has become a table. What changed? In their chemistry, the two slabs remain identical. That is to say, in their nature, nothing changed. From the point of view of chemistry, the two things remain one thing. And yet, this is only one rather limited point of view. From every other point of view, what altered is the wood's shape or form. The names we give to things identify these differences between things. This alchemy is exactly what your mind does with reality. As the Buddhists say, everything is clay, and it is up to you to form it into something useful like a cup. Useful due only to its emptiness. The mind, like any tool, can be used well or badly. You can use a hammer to build a shed, or you can beat yourself in the face with it. This is why we shouldn't forget our left brain logic in this equation. Sure, of course, we shouldn't let it weigh us down by carrying it on our backs during our practice, but similarly, logic governs how the mind grasps truth. It's wired into us as much as it is programmed into the fabric of the universe. This logic is discernment between good and bad, truth and falsity, authenticity and bullshit. When we witness the savants and other people on the spectrum of neurodivergence, all of the above is made surprisingly clear. These are the most authentic people, many of which incapable of lying and deceit. Studies have shown that they just don't feel the body in the same way that we do. They don't process millions of scattered variables like we do. This is what makes them laser focused on one particular ability while simultaneously disabled in all other departments, something that neurotypicals can only achieve if put to practice. Whether the accounts put forward in the telepathy tapes are so-called real or not doesn't matter in the light of the message to be learned from these, frankly, gifted individuals. Like the teachings of Jesus Christ, forcing ourselves to decide whether or not he actually existed as a man or as an archetypal figure formed by the collective thoughts of man is not only irrelevant, but will quickly escape the point of focus from our learning mind, consciously or not. When we connect the dots between all of the above subjects concerning mind, Poimandre in the Hermetica, Ingo Swann's reality boxes, the Kabbalion, the old school rhetoric of Adler's finding of the third eye, and the teachings of Jesus, the Buddha, and all other sages of antiquity, and of course, the mental processing of neurodivergence, autistic or savant. They all share one backbone spine, creating a straight line traced throughout all the various fractals that this subject of mind has to teach. That backbone is the authenticity of love, the love for oneself and the love for another, knowing that those two things are actually one thing. It is the loving honesty that it takes for one's own self to face the inner turmoil reflected off the external world of chaos that creates these intrusive thoughts. Those thoughts have a purpose. Those thoughts have a purpose other than just ruining your Florida vacation. They are meant to be alchemically transmuted for a cleaner and clearer vision of reality. And it is as difficult as it is simple. The effort, self-discipline, and self-acceptance it takes to repeatedly exercise this most important muscle that is the mind is no light task. But A sculptor finds ultimate form, not by adding to his statue, but by chiseling away its extra. And that is what takes backbone. That is what takes some spine.
change how you perceive unbiasedly all the bullshit they try to make you believe.